Honorable President, we are ready to go. Zimbabwe, could you kindly ensure that the President is unmuted?
Yes, I am unmuted. I believe our SADC president is on the chair.
No, sir, you continue with chairing the meeting.
He is not there.
Could you kindly give us a minute to confirm, sir?
Yes, try to confirm, please.
Honorable Speaker from Zimbabwe, Acting President, you may continue to act.
Good morning, Secretary General. Good morning, honorable speakers. Good morning, honorable members of Parliament. Good morning, all staff. We shall start our proceedings with a minute of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Our meeting is called to order. The communication from the President is as was given yesterday, and I will not repeat what we read yesterday, except to find out if there are any notices of motion other than those that were given yesterday. There is none.
The South African delegation has raised a hand, sir.
Yes, thank you, South Africa. South Africa.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm not sure if this motion was proposed or not yet, but the motion for the adoption of the report on the democratization, governance and human rights reports, I just rise in case that has not been raised, that I'll be moving that motion today. Thank you very much.
Noted. Thank you very much. Any other motion? Any other notice of motion? If there is none, we proceed by completing our items on yesterday's order paper. In that case, we begin with the sixth order. The Secretary General shall read the sixth order of the day as of yesterday.
Thank you, Honorable President. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, Treasurer's Report.
Thank you very much. Notice of motion for adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, Treasurer's Report. The Honorable Darren Bagman, our Treasurer. Proceed.
Chair, thank you very much. It gives me great pleasure to present both paper 1, which is our audited financial statements, and paper 2, which will be the proposed budget from the Executive Committee.
On a point of order,
yes,
you simply have to move the motion standing in your name.
Sorry, Chair. I rise to first move the motion of the reports on the financial matters.
Thank you. Any seconder? Any seconder? Any seconder? Lesotho?
Thank you. Thank
Honorable
you, Honorable President. My name is Honorable Tsapansita Musena from the Parliament of Lesotho. I shall be seconding the report by the Treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable Beckman to present the report.
Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to start off with, as I said, in terms of paper 1, is to say that the audited financial statements as at the 31st of March 2021 and the management accounts for that period of the 1st of April 2021 to the 30th of September 2021 are presented in the packs that are in front of you. In 1.0 are the audited financial statements. And I'd like to start off with 1.1, the Executive Committee's responsibilities and the approvals. The Executive Committee's responsibilities and approval requirements are outlined in details in the annual financial statements, and having confirmed and discharged its responsibilities, the EXCO is required to approve the annual financial statements, which are to be signed on its behalf by the Treasurer and the President. In approving the annual financial statements, the EXCO is required to confirm the following. Number 1, the nature of the business. The forum was established for the purpose of strengthening the capacity of the Southern African Development Community by involving parliamentarians of SADC member states in activities that contribute to the well-being of SADC. There have been no material changes to the nature of the forum's business from the prior year. The annual financial statements have been prepared in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards and the requirements of the forum and the forum's constitution. The accounting policies have been applied consistently compared to the prior year. For the full details of the financial position, results of operation and cash flows of the forum are set out in these financial statements. In terms of the property, plants and equipment, there was no change in the nature of the property, plants and equipment of the forum or in the policy regarding their use. At the 31st of March 2021, the forum's investments in property, plant and equipment amounted to $8,288,000 Namibian dollars, which is up from 4 million in 2020. And this was added to the current year through additions. Events after the reporting period on the 18th of August 2021, the 41st Ordinary Summit of the Heads of State and Government of SADC approved the transformation of the SADC PF into a SADC Parliament as a consultative and a deliberative body. The Executive Committee is not aware of any other material events which occurred after the reporting date, and up to the date of this report. As a going concern, the Executive Committee is required to pronounce itself on the future of the institution in the following statement. The Executive Committee members believe that the Forum has adequate financial resources to continue in operation for the foreseeable future, and accordingly, the annual financial statements have been prepared on a going concern basis. The Executive Committee's members have satisfied themselves that the Forum is in a sound financial position and that it has access to sufficient borrowing facilities to meet its foreseeable cash requirements. The Executive Committee members are also not aware of any material non-compliance with statutory or regulatory requirements or of any pending changes to legislation which may affect the Forum. The auditor's opinion. In the opinion of the auditor, the annual financial statements present fairly in all material respects. The financial position of the SADC Parliamentary Forum as at the 31st of March 2021 and its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with international financial reporting standards and the requirements of the SADC PF Constitution. The following is worth noting. Under property, plant and equipment, during the financial year of 2021, the net book value of property, plant and equipment increased from 4 million Namibian dollars to 8.288 Namibian dollars. This increase in value was a result of the following. A new house was bought for the Secretary General of around 7.8 Namibian dollars. We then,
Treasurer, you have a voluminous presentation. If it pleases you, may I suggest that you pick out the issues under each paragraph for the attention, because these papers were the documentation was circulated, and I want to presume members have read. So your accent should be key issues only per paragraph, so that you're able to go through the long presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Please my throat.
Yeah.
So we for the SG, we bought a house, the furniture and fittings, RT equipment, and then we've accounted for depreciation, and then assets that are held for sale, which means that we are looking to sell the SG's, the old SG's house, which we are, the SG's old house, which at the moment, because of the current markets, we are battling to sell. We did have a seller, but unfortunately, due to circumstances, she has not been able to secure a bond at this stage. In terms of equity, the equity at this stage, we're under retained income increased from 717,000 to 7.8 million as at the 31st of March 2021. This was due to an operating surplus of 7.2 million. Now, this surplus is further detailed under the statement of financial performance as in 1.4 below. I'm then going to jump through to the restricted funds. Included in the cash and cash equivalents is an amount of 21.793 million. And you,
Honorable Beckman, please indicate the paragraph.
Sorry.
We are with you. You are at 1.34.
Correct, sir.
Thank you.
Included in this cash and cash equivalents is an amount of 21,793 Namibian dollars. 793 million Namibian dollars. which you can see is a significant increase of over $11 million relating to bank accounts for external funding and for specific projects. These funds are held in designated bank accounts to be used only for the purpose of financing specific projects. In terms of the statements of financial performance under 1.4, again, there's a host of things that are worth noting, but they can all be read to save time. It's all within the reports. What I want to bring to the attention of the House is that in terms of the meeting and the membership. So under the first paragraph, which would be 1.4, and then in the brackets, Roman numeral 1, budgeted revenue. The total revenue from mandatory contributions includes the contribution from Madagascar, which amounts to the 1.5 million Namibian dollars, which does not form part of the budget for 2020 to 2021 financial year approved by the 46th Plenary Assembly in December 2019. And this was because Madagascar was admitted to SADC PF after the budget was already approved. However, for accounting purposes, the Madagascar contribution is recognized as income as it was invoiced on the 1st of April 2020, and it increases the total revenue from mandatory contributions for the financial year 2020 to 2021. The same was reported to the 47th Plenary Assembly in October 2020, who recognized that the amount would form part of the accumulated reserves at the year ending 31st of March 2021. And then if we can just go to the 2.3, Roman numerals 0.3, because this has effect on our meetings. Reduction in costs due to the conduct of SADC PF meetings, including the 47th and 48th plenary assemblies by virtual means with no travel costs involved, that we realized the total net savings on the budgeted expenditure amount to over 4 million Namibian dollars. The saving on plenary assemblies alone amounts to 2.6 million Namibian dollars, while the savings of 1.8 Namibian dollars was realized on the personal emolument budget. So the first recommendation for the plenary for consideration from the plenary assembly is that the plenary assembly is requested to consider and approve the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st of March 2021. Under the management accounts for the period of the 1st of April to the 30th of September 2021, under the membership contributions, the current annual mandatory contributions from member parliament stands at 1.5 million per annum per parliament, and Seychelles' contribution is 127,000 Namibian dollars per annum. The total revenue from mandatory contributions for the financial year 1st of April 2021 to the 31st of March 2022 is therefore 21,148,000 Namibian dollars. And under 2.1.2, you can see the status of members' contributions as at the 30th of September 2021. So I just want to explain those. I want to explain those columns. The balance brought forward is how much that country was owing before. Then the invoiced amount is for the current year. The amount received is what they've paid us. So where they've paid over the amounts of the balance brought forward and the invoiced amounts, as you would see with Angola, they would obviously be, with Angola, they've obviously now been brought up to date. You'll see as we go along that some of the countries might still be outstanding, but the year hasn't necessarily closed off. They would still have time to pay us. But please, if you would see that we're looking to collect those funds as soon as possible so as to close off the year with a fully paid off budget from all the member countries. So as at the 30th of September 2021, 10 of the parliaments have already paid us, namely Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, South Africa, and Zambia. And if I'm not mistaken, there was Zimbabwe and Namibia. There was already talks about payments, and it was just the reflection that was not reflecting. Botswana made a payment for 2021 of 1.4 Namibian dollars, which is at the level of contribution before the 1st of April 2020. So there's still a small outstanding balance. And Lesotho has a balance of 950,000, which is still outstanding, carried over from the financial year ended 31st of March 2021. Which leaves us with no payments at this stage from the DRC and Madagascar and Tanzania. But I will make mention of the fact that Tanzania has paid us their arrears, which was a big amount. They have brought that forward, and they've paid that for. There you go. Payment was received from Namibia on the 7th of October 2021. Lesotho has since submitted proof of processing of the payment of the balance, and further updates, if there are any, our Acting Secretary General can interject. But I'd like to place a recommendation for the consideration of this plenary assembly, that the plenary assembly is requested to consider and take note of the status of annual mandatory contributions as at the 30th of September 2021, and the updates which I've provided to the 50th plenary assembly on the 11th of December 2021, and to commend the member parliaments for their dedication to the SADC PF, as evidenced by their continued contributions annually. The plenary assembly is requested to encourage those parliaments with outstanding balances to please settle the same as a matter of priority. I then would like to just bring, which will come in, I'll leave the COVID-19 performances out on this stage because I'll mention it more under paper 2, where we'll see on the savings in terms of how we need to use PPE equipment, testing, and cutting down on face-to-face meetings, and how it would save on our budget.
Sorry, Honorable Beckman.
Yes.
I see the hand of Acting Secretary General. Perhaps you wanted to say something?
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Acting President, through the Treasurer. I just wanted to confirm that Botswana and Lesotho have since cleared their outstanding balances.
Thank you very much.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So on page 12 of 32 in your reports, you would see the line items of the overheads, the direct expenses, and our election observer missions. You would see the amounts that were spent, what we had budgeted for, the actual year-to-date expenditure, what we had left, and what the variations were. As you can see, some of that monies that were budgeted for, we haven't even spent. And in 3 instances, there was actually, we overspent. I will obviously want to deal with the unfavorables, because I think that's where we need to, that's where I think the countries would be interested in why that was the case. Under professional consultancies and legal expenditure, there was a situation where we were requesting funding from donor funders, and because we're short-staffed, we required a proposal to request funding, and one of our staff members wrote the proposal. Our SG, who was under tremendous pressure, obviously double-checked the proposal, but it was not to the standard of what we would, when you're asking for over 10, 15 million, you can't just hand in a simple application form. And so we took the decision that for a few thousand rand to get a few million rand, it's a type of expenditure that is worth that type of spending. And within her mandates, we were obviously we were still within the rights to spend that money. And you could see that the variance is 67,860 rand, Namibian dollars. And the same with the audit expenses. You'll hear under paper 2 that we're moving towards risk management, where we're creating an audit committee. And again, our audit expenditure, we've had to outsource in creating an audit risk committee and an audit risk plan. And then, of course, we've held an extra executive committee meeting. And this was a face-to-face meeting, and a small variance of only 11,000 Namibian dollars was realized there. Otherwise, everything else has been within the budgets. And as we've said, we've realized quite the savings. It must be noted that this budget variance report does not include donor-funded budgeting income and expenditure, but it focuses on budgeted income and expenditure from the mandatory member contributions and other income earned by the SADC PF, included in other income and interest earned and administrative fees earned from the CEDA project. In the approved budget for the financial year, the budgeted amount from donor funds is 23,399,000 Namibian dollars and has a corresponding total budgeted expenditure of the same amount. The fund accountability statements for donor funding received will be reported in a separate section of this report. So the total budgeted revenue for the financial year was 21,605,000 Namibian dollars. And there you can see the breakdown. I'm not going to go through that breakdown because it's all in front of you. I'm then going to jump, Chair, to the recommendations on 2.2.2.8, where the recommendations for the consideration of the plenary assembly is that the plenary assembly is requested to consider and take notes of the performance of the budget as of the 30th of September 2021, specifically the following: the performance of the budget, including the reasons for the unfavorable variances and the budget lines with significant savings realized for the period 1st of April to the 30th of September 2021. Also to take notes of the fast-moving budget lines, the implications of COVID-19 on financial performance, including the anticipated new cost items that will be incurred for face-to-face meetings. And again, you will hear a lot more of that in paper 2. In terms of the investment of funds, the SADC PF main account is a non-interest earning account. In view of this and following consultations with the Treasurer, an investment account was opened with Nedbank on the 6th of October 2021. This is to enable SADC PF to earn interest on funds that are not immediately required. So an amount of 8 million Namibian dollars was deposited into the account. The investment of $8 million will earn interest of 29,589 Namibian dollars per month at the rates of 4.5%. And the minimum balance required here is 1 million Namibian dollars. The use of an investment account is in line with the SADC PF accounting policy in terms of the rules. So the choice of Nedbank was based on quotations that were sought from 2 banks, namely Nedbank and FNB, for these investment accounts. This, taking into account the least amount of notice period and the interest rate and bank charges. While with Nedbank, an investment of $8 million can earn SADC PF interest of 29,580 Rand per month at the rate of 4.5%. In comparison, the interest rate for FNB was 4.07% per month, which would only earn interest of 27,178 Namibian dollars. In addition, SADC PF's main accounts, to which mandatory member contributions are deposited and which will be the source of the invested funds, is held with Nedbank. So SADC has been banking with Nedbank from inception and has since obtained a mortgage from the same bank. The account type is Business Accelerator, which is accessible 24 hours, 7 days a week. So there's a recommendation again for the plenary. The plenary is requested to consider and take note of these investments of funds. Then under 2.0 is the financial reports for the donor-funded projects. 3.1 is the SADC Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Project, and the full financial statements of the projects is there. These reports are basically a value-added report we've given because it was requested by the countries. It's not worth going into because it's not. They donor funded. The donor asks it of us, and we comply. If the donor was unhappy with us, they would not be giving us money. So I would leave it to the discretion of the countries to read this in their time. I would be able to then skip to the recommendations at 3.7. Recommendation for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and take note of the funding from external sources. The Plenary Assembly is requested to relay its appreciation to the cooperating partners for their continued support to SADC PF. The Plenary Assembly is also requested to recognize and relay its appreciation to the Secretariat for the impressive and fruitful resource mobilization. And as I say, I don't think we all appreciate sometimes the late nights, the short staffing, and what it takes to create a proposal to resource some of this funding. 3.0 under 4.1 again is the SADC funding projects. It's again goes into how the sourcing was funded, how it was mobilized, and there's a salary for program manager and a committee clerk assigned to the democracy, governance, and human rights portfolio. The project will cover the full salary of a program manager, democratic accountability for a maximum period of 2 years. SADC will also pay the SADC Parliamentary Forum administrative fees of $22,000 US for each year 3 and 4. And the costs for external audits and evaluation of the project will be paid from SADC funding. To ensure smooth continuation of the project, existing SRHR employees will continue to work for this project subject to satisfactory performance. Additionally, other non-participating member parliaments will be encouraged to employ SRHR researchers. The recommendation under 4.3, the Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and take note of the funding from SADC, and the Plenary Assembly is requested to relay its appreciation to SADC for its continued support to SADC PF. Then under the review of our finance subcommittee, the terms of reference to incorporate functions of an audit committee. I think this has been important and a long time coming. We've recommended to establish an audit committee. It arose from a series of assessments commissioned by both the SADC and KPMG. The forum's position has now been that the function of the finance subcommittee cater for the audit function. In this regard, there's been a need to review the terms of reference for the subcommittee to incorporate the functions of an audit committee. So under 5.2, you will see the functions of the finance subcommittee outlined in Rule 16 of the Rules and Procedures as follow. And Rule 16 now gives the finance subcommittee that number one, it's got the usual shall consist of the treasurer, who will be the chairperson, and other members as may be elected by the executive committee. Number two, the subcommittee shall advise the executive committee on financial matters of the forum. 3, the quorum, what will constitute the quorum. Number 4, what would happen if the quorum is not met. Number 5, how decisions are made within the committee. And number 6, how the committee will be serviced by staff members of SADC. and appointed by the Secretary General. Then the following amendments under 5.3 are made to Rule 16 as proposed. In Rule 16.2, the amendment be read as follows. The subcommittee shall advise the Executive Committee on financial matters of the Forum and shall also be the Internal Audit Committee in accordance with the internal audit policy of the Forum. 5.4, further details of the functions of the Audit Committee will be obtained in the internal audit policy documents that will provide the policy direction on the same. The policy documents are in the process of being reviewed by KPMG Zambia. And so the recommendation for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly is the Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and approve the proposed amendment. And then I want to give you just an update on the actions that have been taken on the Plenary Assembly resolutions of before. I've given an update on the sale of property at number 66 Erosweg Eros. That's the Secretary General's old property. Recommendation for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is notified that the sale was not concluded due to the fact that the buyer offered to settle the amount in installments while taking possession of the house. Number 7, the review of employee death benefits policy. The SADC PF benefit scheme in case of an employee's death pays an equivalent of 1 year's basic salary. The benefit scheme is held with Old Mutual. I wish to advise that SADC PF pays a monthly premium of 3,000 Namibian dollars for 1 times annual basic salary. This is an amount of 36,000 Namibian dollars per annum. The premium is based on the current salary bill. A recommendation is being made to review the policy to a benefit of 2 times the annual basic salary. This is in view of the fact that the current 1 year's basic salary may not be adequate considering the increases in the cost of living that have occurred over the years. According to the quotation received from Old Mutual for the 2 times the annual basic salary, the monthly payable premium would be 5,540 Namibian dollars. In this regard, the additional cost to the institution for this option is only 2,533 Namibian dollars per month. And as I say, we need to look after the people that look after us. It is proposed that funds can be allocated from the budget as the amount is justifiable when weighed against the expected benefits. It is submitted that the benefits far outweigh the additional cost. The recommendation for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly is that the Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and approve the proposal to review the death benefit scheme to enable payments of 2 times the annual basic salary instead of the current 1 time the annual basic salary. In terms of number 8, the following are listed in the risk register and were rated as high due to the nature of the risk, their impact on the institution. These risks have been reviewed due to the mitigating actions that we've undertaken, and other related factors as detailed below. The lack of financial sustainability for some programs are still red, which means the risk remains high. The risk status rationale risk remains high. Limited staff on board to undertake sustained fundraising, and there's donor fatigue. The key risk management activities is to enhance resource mobilization strategies, to establish a framework for skilled resources mobilizations, resource and operationalize the special purpose vehicle, which will be the trust, which we will talk about. A wide span of control in the finance division is still a high risk. And what we're trying to do is consider recruitment of position of an accountant in the next 6 months. Inadequate resources for appropriate human resource, both in number of remuneration and in qualification, to enable efficient delivery of operational and strategic goals. The risk remains high due to delayed implementation of the job evaluation and salary review. And you'll note that we've got good news in that department. So the EXCO to resolve and operationalize before the end of December 2021. Financial loss due to fraud and theft. This risk has been downgraded due to mitigating actions undertaken by the EXCO and the Financial Subcommittee. We've enhanced oversight by the Financial Subcommittee, which will also take on the functions of an audit committee. Poor financial management, the risk has now been downgraded. We've ensured oversights and quarterly reports, updates, more regular meetings, and independent engagements with internal auditors. A failure to produce accurate and timely monthly, quarter, and annual reports. This risk has also been downgraded, with mitigated actions being undertaken. And for the same reasons of regular meetings, financial reports are compiled accurately and timelessly. Failure to comply with international financial record systems. This risk has also been downgraded based on the continued updating and changing requirements and the hiring of professional or outsourcing of professional reporting. Failure to comply with regulatory requirements of host country on pay and other relevant regulations. This risk has been downgraded very well. We continue to ensure that payee and Social Security Commission payments are fully complied with and monthly controls are performed. Inadequate financial resources, the risk still remains high there, but we'll continue to engage member parliaments regarding the increase in contributions. Non-compliance with grant conditions, the risk has been downgraded there because we're now adhering to donor report requirements and the management of funds have been maintained. Insufficient cash expenditure controls, this risk has also been mitigated because of our oversight and our regular meetings. And then lastly, the insufficient expense controls has also been downgraded because we're maintaining these controls now. So in view of the recommendations for the consideration of the plenary is that Roman numeral 8.3.1, the plenary assembly is requested to take note of the risks and mitigating action undertaken to date, and that outstanding appropriate action for the mitigation of risks that remain moderate to high, as indicated, is to be implemented before the end of the current financial year. Number two, the plenary assembly is requested to note the initiatives for the training and capacity building of staff before the end of the current financial year and the need to allocate resources for the same. And number three, the plenary assembly is requested to commit to sustaining the risk management software expenditure beyond the initial funding for procurement of the same from SEDA. The annual fees will amount to approximately $3,500. The renewal of the external auditor's contract pursuant to Article 27.1 of the Constitution. The plenary assembly is responsible for appointing external auditors for the institution in line with the provision of 1.6.1 of the Accounting Policy and Procedures Manual. The Finance Subcommittee is mandated to recommend appointment of the auditors and approval of the audit fees to the plenary assembly through the Executive Committee. In order to preserve the professional independence of external auditors, Section 24.2.1 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum's Accounting Policies and Procedures Manuals provides that the contract of the external auditor can only be renewed to a maximum of 5 years, and after that, a competitive tender should be advertised. Performance of our current external auditor, BDO Namibia. The current external auditor, registered accountants and auditors appointed in 2018 during the past 3 years have exhibited professionalism, performed to the satisfaction of the SADC PF. The good performance of the auditors was demonstrated by their timely audits of all the financial reports of the forum, well-planned and professional approach to the audit works, and good communication and quick response to the forum requests. So it's recommended to the plenary assembly that based on the above evaluation, it is recommended that the contract for BDO Namibia be renewed for a further 1 year period, covering the audit of the financial year 2021 to 2022. Chair, that brings me to the end of paper one. I would like to then present the budget for the forthcoming year, if I may. This is very much shorter than the paper that I've just presented. It's future looking. In line with the strategic plans, the Forum has poised itself as the leading interparliamentary organization of the SADC region in view of the spearheading democratization and socio-economic development. The vision has...
Honorable
Yes.
Treasurer, just a second, please.
Sure.
Acting Secretary General, you have some intervention.
Thank you, Honorable President. Through the Treasurer, I just wish to request a correction to 5.3 regarding the review of terms of reference for the Finance Subcommittee. The amendment reads, the subcommittee shall advise the Executive Committee on financial matters of the Forum and shall also be the Internal Audit Committee. Internal should not be there. It should read shall also be the Audit Committee in accordance with the internal audit policy of the Forum.
Thank you for that correction. Honorable Treasurer, I'm sure you are agreed to that correction.
Noted.
Thank you very much. You are now proceeding to paper 2.
Yes, please, Chair.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Chair, just to say that as a preamble, the vision has been arrived at following the benchmarking ourselves of the objectives of other interparliamentary organizations around the world and across Africa, such as PEP, ECOWAS, whereby national parliaments gather around one regional parliamentary organization as a stepping stone to build capacity for nurturing parliamentary democracy, respect for human rights, correct parliamentary procedure, amongst others. The Forum is furthermore a regional grouping within the institutional framework of the SADC, and it promotes the SADC identity and the SADC economic integration process. Within this paradigm, the Forum has no other choice than to evolve to meet the contemporary demands of the 300 million citizens of the SADC region, whilst it covers the diverse interests of 3 island states and 12 continental states. Against this background, the budget of the Forum needs to take into consideration the prevailing competing priorities, the need for the Forum to adapt to emerging challenges, and the imperative need to continue making strides in the developing agenda. It is within the context that the Plenary Assembly is requested to consider the budgets of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for the forthcoming financial year, 1st of April 2022 to the 31st of March 2023. The Plenary Assembly is requested to approve this budget. The budget covers the financial year that I've just stated, 1st of April 2022 to the 31st of March 2023, and provides for all known sources of finance for the financial year. The detailed budgets for the donor funding are provided at a program level and are not contained in this budget proposal. This proposal, however, recognizes the total revenue receivable from donors and the corresponding total budgeted expenditure. Over the years, the membership has continued to express concern that the statutory meetings of the organs of the Forum, specifically the standing committees, which form part of the core business, are not provided for in the core budget, but rely on funding raised from cooperating partners. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a shift in priorities of member countries and also at the global level, with the financial resources expected to become more scarce from 2021 and beyond. The current global trends have warranted a rethinking on the way of the Forum structures its budgets so that it progressively becomes a less reliant on donor funding, while at the same time using donor funding as a safety net for thematic projects only, rather than for running its core operations. The budget for the 2022-23 financial year ensures that the business of the Forum is conducted within the funds raised from the annual mandatory contributions, with minimal additional costs on the part of the member parliaments. The COVID-19 pandemic has influenced the way business is conducted. During the period January 2020 to date, all the statutory and other meetings of the SADC PF have been successfully held through the virtual platforms Zoom and Microsoft Teams. It has become apparent that this mode of hosting meetings virtually is quite effective and yields the same results as from physical meetings. In this regard, and due to the uncertainty of the COVID restrictions beyond 2021, the budget assumes that the SADC PF will continue to host most of its meetings by virtual means, unless alternative funding is raised for face-to-face meetings. The main costs to the forum for virtual meetings are interpretation, translation, and RCT support costs. Also budgeted are costs pertaining to resource persons, experts, who will be required to provide expert support on thematic issues, especially for standing committees. It is therefore proposed that in the next financial year, all statutory meetings of the institution be held virtually within the funds available in the budget, with the exception that one plenary assembly meeting between the 51st and the 52nd be held face-to-face. In addition, one executive committee meeting will be held face-to-face. This budget therefore provides for virtual meetings of the statutory organs of the forum, mainly one plenary assembly, standing committee meetings, and meetings of the executive committee and its subcommittees, and one face-to-face plenary assembly and exco meeting, as per the SADC PF policy. The cost of participation of the membership in the face-to-face plenary assembly and exco meetings are still to be borne by the member parliaments. Pursuant to the resolution of the executive committee at its meeting on the 13th of November 2021 in Johannesburg, South Africa, this hybrid system will apply for all the future financial years until and unless the plenary assembly resolves otherwise. For indicative purposes, it would be apposite to note that the total cost of the statutory meetings budgeted under direct operational expenses, where all the meetings with the exception of one plenary assembly and one executive committee meetings are held virtually, is estimated at $4.3 million Namibian dollars. On the other hand, if the meeting were held face-to-face, the total cost would be in excess of $8 million, which would result in an additional cost of at least 3.7 Namibian dollars. In other words, the hybrid system will enable the forum to continue to make some savings on operational costs. It should be highlighted that the budget of the meetings of the Human and Social Development and Special Program Committee is covered under the Swedish-funded SRHR project. And due to the strong linkages of the committee with the SRHR implementation across the SADC region, in addition, meetings of the Regional Model Law Oversight Committee and the Committee of Clerks of Member Parliaments are also budgeted for under the SRHR project. There is also a budget for joint sessions, which can be used to cater for meetings of the HSDSP committee with one or two of the standing committees. Meetings of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus are budgeted under other policy organs and are proposed to be held virtually unless funding outside the budget is raised for physical meetings. The institution continues to recognize the key role that the Secretariat plays in the management, sustainability, and growth of the institution. It is the strength of the Secretariat and the robust human resource skeleton of the forum, which is large part makes the forum attractive to be the recipient of donor funding. The budget for 2022-2023 caters for the human resources and addresses some of the concerns regarding staff emoluments that have arisen in the past few years. In this regard, due to innovations by the Secretariat, a total of 11 key positions have been filled through secondments by member parliaments, which have enabled the efficient and expert delivery of support to the membership without any major increases in the salary bill. The total staff complement stands at 28, with the 11 seconded staff, 2 donor-funded positions, and 15 full-time positions, which are paid from the member contributions. It should be highlighted from the business model of organizations of similar standing as the forum has always been to have a robust salary bill, which can attract elite professionals to join the organization, especially as few individuals have the niche skills required to interact with parliaments and build the capacity of MPs. Figure-wise, the salary bill of the forum continues to be much less the salary bill of the interparliamentary organizations or other SADC organs, such as the SADC secretariats, as the forum has less core staff. Additionally, the proportion of the salary bill with regards to the overall revenue of the organization, including donor funding, is 30% in the budget for 2022-2023. The bottom line is that the business model of interparliamentary organizations in general, and the forum in particular, do not permit them to have a salary bill which is below a certain amount, irrespective of the percentage with regard to revenue. Since there is a need to preserve certain crucial skills to keep the organization afloat and render it still attractive to its donors. Pursuant to the resolution of the Executive Committee at its meeting on the 12th and 13th of November 2021 in Johannesburg, South Africa, the personal emoluments budget has been increased to cater for the implementation of the job evaluation and salary review recommendations in respect of existing staff only at 70% of the industry average. The proposed salaries budget for 2022 and 2023 amounts to 15,659,000 Namibian dollars. In this regard, there is an increase in the salary budget of $3.7 million, which is an increase of 31%. This is proposed to be catered for from an accumulated reserves. There is also a contribution from SEDA towards two specific positions, which has been taken into account. This is submitted by the EXCO for further consideration by the Plenary Assembly. With regard to the seconded staff, it is envisaged that the additional two key positions, namely the Director of Programs and one Program Manager, will be seconded by member parliaments on a full-time basis. It is also important to note that although the seconded staff enable significant savings to be made, those seconded staff on part-time bases understandably prioritize their national parliaments before the forum, and hence the need for full-time secondments in respect of key positions. Moreover, to maintain the performance of our RCT systems, the Secretariat continues to rely on the RCT expertise by the RPU Hub, hosted in Southern Africa by the Parliament of Zambia. This resource has been key in facilitating the successful hosting of virtual meetings, and it will be continued to be at the disposal of the SADC PF. Also, the website has been reviewed and upgraded to facilitate more efficient and effective sharing of information within and outside SADC PF, and also to enhance the visibility of the institution. As the forum transitions into a regional parliament, there has been an increasing demand for the forum to participate in the meetings of other regional and global parliamentary bodies, such as the PAP, the CPA, and the RPU, in order to promote collaboration and visibility. In addition, the task team on transformation, composed of SADC secretariats and SADC PF secretarial staff, will also continue to meet mostly virtual, pursuant to the resolution of the 41st SADC Summit of Heads of States and Government and the Council of Ministers, which met in August 2021 in Malawi. Costs of goods and services continue to rise due to inflation and depreciation of the South African rand and the Namibian dollar against major currencies such as the British pound and US dollar. Unfortunately, inflation and depreciation of currencies extended to almost all the countries in Southern Africa and impacts on the costs of the institution's activities, most of which are held across the member countries pursuant to the traditions of the SADC PF. As was with the case of the 2021-2022 budget proposal, the approach in preparing the 2022-2023 budget proposal has been a cautious one. As demonstrated above, the Secretariat has been innovative in ensuring the management of costs, which has fortunately been enhanced by the new way of doing business, incidentally occasioned by COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, the core of the business of the forum has been prioritized. There is no question arising on the going concern, as the cash flow is projected to be healthy throughout the coming financial year and the years to come. The proposed budget for 2022-2023 is a surplus budget with a surplus of $1.281 million Namibian dollars, which is 90% of the previous year's budget surplus. The projected cash flow statement shows excess of cash inflows over cash outflows of 10 million Namibian dollars. The proposed budget for the financial year 2022 to 2023 is attached as Annexure B001 with the support schedules 1 to 19 and 21. The notes to the budget and the budgeted incomes. Article 21 of the SADC PF Constitution provides as follows regarding its source of income. The finance of the forum shall accrue from the following sources: an annual mandatory contribution from member parliaments, which shall be determined by the plenary assembly on the recommendation of the executive committee. Grants or donations from governments, SADC, other institutional organizations, and charitable institutions, including international parliamentary groupings. Various fundraising activities approved by the plenary assembly as recommended by the executive committee, and any other sources approved by the plenary assembly. The mandatory member contributions stand at 21.148 million Namibian dollars in the financial year 2022 to 2023, which each of the 14 member countries contributing an amount of 1.5 million Namibian dollars per annum. And Safe Shell's contribution is pegged at 127,000 Namibian dollars. Other income of 4.2 million Namibian dollars from the accumulated reserves and 2.383 Namibian dollars contribution from SEDA towards salaries. In addition, an amount of 334,000 Namibian dollars has been raised from administrative fees charged to cooperating partners. The income from donor funding, the total contribution amounts to 25.881 million Namibian dollars, which is an increase of 11% from 2021 to 2022. This brings us to a total revenue of 51.4 million Namibian dollars, which is, I mean, you compare to the 45 million Namibian dollars for the financial year 2021-2022, this is an increase in the total revenue of 6.4 million Namibian dollars, which represents an increase of 14%. A total of 50% in the amount of $25.8 million is from donor funding, while 21 million, representing 41%, is from mandatory member contributions. An amount of 1.4 million is from accumulated reserves now allocated towards salaries. SEDA contribution towards salaries amounting to 2.3 million is also captured as other income, while 334,000 Namibian dollars is administrative fees raised from donors. Notes to the budget. The total budget expenditure is 49,925,000 Namibian dollars. The total budgeted expenditure compared to the 43,343,000 Namibian dollars for 2021-2022, the excess of budgeted review over expenditure totals is 1.497 Namibian dollars after providing for a contingency of 70,000 Namibian dollars. Out of the total expenditure, 25,881,000 Namibian dollars is for donor funded activities whose details are contained in the respective donor budgets. The total expenditure attributable to mandatory contributions and other income is therefore 24 million Namibian dollars. Under staff emoluments, the proposed total budget for the staff emoluments amounts to 15,659,000 Namibian dollars, which represents an increase of 30% from the financial year of 2021 to 2022, which amounted to 11,954,000 Namibian dollars. This is a result of the review of the salaries in line with the recommendation of the job evaluation and salary reviewing exercises as approved by the Executive Committee at its meeting on the 12th and 13th of November 2021. Included in this amount is a provision of 66,500 Namibian dollars per annum for the contribution to employee's death benefit scheme with Old Mutual for twice the annual salary. The budget for 2022-23 caters for a total of 26 positions, 15 of which are full-time employees and 11 which are seconded professional staff. The 11 seconded staff include 8 committee clerks or program managers, 1 human resource expert, 1 media and communications expert, and 1 internal auditor, who are still full-time employees of the seconding parliaments pursuant to the secondment policy. The seconded staff are paid a stipend for their contribution to SADC PF. This does not include donor staff, donor-funded staff. The contribution from SEDA of 2.38 million Namibian dollars towards 2 key positions, namely the Director of Corporate Services and the Program Manager, is also taken into account. Nonetheless, beyond March 2023, the Forum will need to fully fund the 2 donor-funded positions, which are key to maintaining the operational structure of the Secretariat in order to remain competitive at the international level. It is important that in measuring the cost of the Secretariat staff against the benefits to the institution, care is taken to ensure that resources mobilized by the Secretariat from various cooperating partners that have ensured the success of its programs and activities are taken into account. In this regard, the percentage of salaries measured against total revenue, including donor funds, amounts to 30%. Members may also wish to note the span of responsibility of the Secretariat in terms of staff support spreads beyond the headquarters and seconded staff to include SADC PF desk officers and SRHR researchers and other staff stationed at national level. The administrative overheads. The budget provides for administrative overheads of 2.5 million Namibian dollars compared to the 2.4 in the previous years, representing an 11% increase only. The administrative overhead expenses are for the operation of the Secretariat and include general office expenses, communication costs, and motor vehicle running expenses, travel and subsistence allowance expenses, audit and insurance expenses. The slight increase in this proposed budget is caused by an increase in motor vehicle running expenses, as the Forum will have 2 vehicles after the procurement of the Secretary General's new vehicle. Also, the budget provides for risk management software of 52,500 Namibian dollars. Also, audit fees allocation is increased by 20,000 Namibian dollars based on the fees charged for the year ended 31st of March 2021. The direct operational expenses represent the core business of the Forum and include the statutory meetings. The total budget has increased from 3.69 million, representing a 16% increase. The majority increase in the budget arises from the Executive Committee meetings budget, which has increased from 118,000 to 453,000 Namibian dollars in order to cater for 1 face-to-face meeting as requested by EXCO. EXCO subcommittee's budget has remained the same. Translation costs have increased from 100,000 to 250,000 based on the trend during the current financial year. The plenary assembly budget has not been increased as the provision is deemed adequate. Out of the amount of 2.164 Namibian dollars, an amount of at least 1.6 million Namibian dollars will be for face-to-face plenary assemblies. The Standing Committee meetings budget has increased slightly by 4%, from 468,000 to 486,000 Namibian dollars. This caters for 4 Standing Committee meetings virtually, for 1 day each, twice in the year, for the 51st and 52nd sessions. The budget includes 1 resource person to cater for any thematic matters the committee may wish to discuss. Any physical meetings will have to be catered for under the donor funding. The HSDSP Standing Committee is funded by SEDA under the SRHR program. Other policy organs, the budget caters for meetings of the RWPC. It is proposed that this also be held virtually. The budget remains at 86,500 Namibian dollars as the amount is deemed to be adequate. Program support budget is increased by 50% from 201,000 Namibian dollars to 301,000 Namibian dollars to provide bridging funds while resources are being mobilized. Meetings of the Standing Committee are, however, provided for under the Standing Committee budget. It is assumed that programs will continue to resource mobilize for their activities, as has been the tradition in the past years. Transformation of the SADC PF into a regional parliament continues to rank high in priority, and hence the amount of 125,000 Namibian dollars under program support is allocated to this activity. Attendance of meetings of other regional global parliamentary bodies in pursuance of this agenda will be charged to this budget line. Election and observer mission budgets is of 300,000 Namibian dollars. This amount is allocated to support one of the flagship programs of the SADC PF, which is namely the promotion of electoral reforms across the member states through the domestication of our SADC model law on elections. The Secretariat will roll out activities focused on taking full advantage of reform opportunities in pre-election and post-election phases of the election cycle of selected member states based on the SADC election calendar. In order to remain at the pulse of the democratization process in the SADC region, in spite of the financial constraints, the Secretariat will deploy various RCT-based solutions such as virtual consultations, electronic surveys, and electronic trackers for electoral reforms. The Secretariat will also leverage on existing partnerships across its programs to maximize its presence and visibility in championing the domestication of the SADC model law on elections. The allocation will also serve as seed money to incentivize partners to consider investing in the promotion of democratic elections in the SADC region. Program activities amount to 25,881,000 Namibian dollars. The bulk of this expenditure is for the SRHR and HIV/AIDS projects under the grant from SEDA, which amounts to 23,220,000 Namibian dollars. It is anticipated that more funds will be raised during the year for the various programs. As has been the case over the years, some donors, cooperating partners prefer to pay directly for goods and services, and their contribution may not always be captured in the books of the forum. The capital expenditure is 539,000 Namibian dollars. Due to budgetary constraints, the forum has not been able to purchase adequate new office furniture or RCT equipment for many years, hence this increase. In this proposal, there's provision for RCT equipment, which is now urgently required to cater for the hosting of these virtual meetings and the effective participation of Secretariat staff in the same. A number of staff have laptops that are older than 4 years and which are due for replacement. The provision for RCT equipment will cater for this. The capital budget also includes an amount of 180,000 Namibian dollars for the purchase of furniture for the official residence of the Secretary General. An amount of 109,200 Namibian dollars has been included for office furniture, which includes office chairs, desks, and some kitchen equipment. A minimum contingency amount of 70,000 Namibian dollars is provided for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. The principal amount on mortgage repayments to Nedbank in respect of the official residence of the Secretary General amounts to 624,000 Namibian dollars per annum. The interest of 265,000 Namibian dollars per annum is provided for under the budget line for finance charges. An initial loan repayment amount of 360,000 on the principal amount for the vehicle for the Secretary General has been provided. The interest of 65,000 per annum is provided for under the budget line for finance charges. Key considerations for the prioritization of activities. During the financial year 2021 and 2022, the forum will continue to restructure its operations in order to become more cost efficient and effective in the delivery of its statutory and program activities. It is important that statutory activities such as the plenary assemblies, EXCO, and standing committees meetings are held without fail. Key considerations include ensuring that other priority activities, such as those towards the accomplishment of the transformation of the SADC PF into regional parliaments, are also implemented. A motivated staff complement is also key to achieving the objectives of the forum. In this regard, implementation of the findings of the salary review and job evaluation exercise are a priority of the financial year of 2022 and 2023. Resource mobilization. The implementation of the resource mobilization strategy may involve meeting with various stakeholders in order to strengthen efforts and ensure results. Unfortunately, donor funding is necessary as the forum cannot depend entirely on member contributions for its program-related activities. The cash flow importance of timely payments of contributions. Timely payments of annual mandatory contributions is of utmost importance. Fortunately, the current year has seen an improvement in the timing of payments and settlement of outstanding balances, a trend which is encouraging and which is envisaged to continue, and I thank you very sincerely for that. Those parliaments which outstanding balances are urged to settle them is a matter of priority to facilitate a healthy cash flow. The EXCO is kindly requested to play a mediation role in this regard. The Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and approve the budget for the financial year April 2022 to the 31st of March 2023. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bergman. I was about to give you a glass of water just to soothe up your throat. Well done, well done. I shall now allow the seconder, the Honorable Sepangi Sita Mosena, to debate seconding the motion.
Thank you, Honorable President. Once again, my name, as you've indicated, is Honorable Sita Mosena from the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee of Financial Matters, also known as the Treasurer's Report, which has so eloquently been tabled before the August Assembly by Honorable Darren Beckman, our Treasurer. The report, in essence, contains the SADC Parliamentary Forum's financial plan to implement its activities for the period 2022 to 2023, and also enables us to appreciate the financial performance for the financial year ended 31st March 2021, as well as for the current financial year from the 1st April 2021 to date. Honorable President, allow me to take this opportunity to assure this August House that the Executive Committee continues to embrace good governance. The unqualified audited accounts for the year ended 31st March 2021, the development of the internal audit charter and adherence to good corporate governance principles bear testimony to the forum's sound financial management. The Secretariat's effort, Mr. President, in ensuring the efficient and effective implementation of the forum's activities under the able leadership of our Secretary General must also be highly commended in this regard. Mr. President, the proposed budget before this August House is cognizant of the fact that SADC Parliamentary Forum faces unprecedented financial and logistical challenges as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to affect our region and the world beyond. Indeed, with the current COVID-19 pandemic, there is always the risk of donors shifting their priorities to this specific health issue while reducing their financial support to the forum. This is the more reason why we must look within for the institution's sustainability. We are conscious that in this critical time, some of the SADC member states may face difficulties in remitting their annual mandatory contributions on due date to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We remain, however, extremely thankful and confident that member parliaments are passionate about SADC Parliamentary Forum and will definitely continue to prioritize the supplement of annual mandatory contributions, as has been the case this year with the majority of the parliaments. The financial proposal before us is also coinciding with the 41st SADC Summit approval to finally transform our organization into a SADC Parliament as a consultative and a deliberative body. Therefore, we need to demonstrate that the regional parliament is indeed financially sustainable in delivering its mandate. Honorable President, while there are still restrictions on travel and physical gatherings resulting in some budgetary savings, as we've noticed, on the other hand, there is a general increase in the prices of goods and services. It is a relief, therefore, that the forum has also prioritized the implementation of the SADC review recommendations as approved by the Executive Committee. This has been possible, as some of us may have been wondering, because we have been able to achieve a budget surplus over the past 2 years, which has increased the retained earnings, so presented by the Treasurer. In the past financial year, ravaged by COVID-19, the forum was able to adapt and continue to conduct its business with substantially reduced expenditure. And this is a lesson well learned, even at a global level, that business can actually be successfully conducted by virtual means. In this regard, Honorable President, it is important to note that the forum will continue to operate with the current level of members' contributions for the forthcoming year. As I mentioned earlier, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has continued its effort to strengthen its good corporate governance principles and its oversight on the financial performance of the forum. In this regard, the creation of the Corporate Governance Unit is towards ensuring that the forum complies with the best corporate practices and that proper parliamentary procedures are followed. The risk management has been mainstreamed into the functions of the Executive Committee and its subcommittees to mitigate any potential risk that our organization may face in the short and medium term. Honorable President, honorable members, this budget deserves the full support of this august House, as it is proposing to commit the necessary funds for the efficient and effective running of our organization for the financial year 2022-2023. We need to prove beyond reasonable doubt that we are ready in all aspects for the transformation by utilizing resources in an innovative manner that heeds to the fundamental objectives of the anticipated Parliament, while serving all member states equitably and cognizant of the need to be within financial means promised during the transformation lobby process. As I conclude, Honorable President, honorable members, I wish again to urge this plenary assembly to support the efforts of the Secretariat and truly appreciate the hard work that the Executive Committee and its subcommittees are putting in to improve this institution within available resources, as evidenced by the audited financial and management accounts before us. With these few words, Honorable President, I beg to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your incisive seconding of the motion. The motion is open for debate now. If you want to debate, please raise your hand on the screen. Mention your name and country. Maximum time for debate is 4 minutes. I see Namibia, the Honorable Speaker of Namibia, His hand is up. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President, permit me to thank our Treasurer, the Honorable Bergman, and his team for a job well done. It was not easy for those of us who have been involved in these issues. It was not easy to achieve this positive outcome, but this is due to the hard work and very strong sense of dedication on the part of all stakeholders. And Namibia is in support for the adoption of the Treasurer's report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Any other hand? Any other hand? Any other hand? I see Malawi. Malawi?
Yes, that's right, Malawi. Thank you, Honorable President. I would like to echo the
Your name?
words that spoke. I would like to.
Your name?
Sam Kawale from Malawi.
Because I know you, but it's for the others.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to echo the words that the Speaker of Namibia has said. The Treasurer and the team have done an extremely great job. The circumstances that we are finding ourselves in to come up with a financial report like this one, make recommendations, and be able to make sure that the work of SADC PF is not hindered in any way, but continue to function in such a way that we can make good progress, that even our partners can see that we are really serious to make sure that the countries implementing the responsibilities that have been put upon them cannot go without being commended. So, Honorable Treasurer and your team and Secretariat, thank you very much for the work that you've done. And I would also like to urge members today to adopt and accept this report. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kawale. I recognize Zambia, and followed by Madagascar.
My name's Honorable Jeff Mrebwa. I was listening to the budget as read very, very carefully, and I wish to humbly submit my gratitude to the Treasurer and his team. They did an incredible job. At some point, I heard that the SADC PF Secretariat is short-staffed, and I would just like to maybe submit that instead of stressing the members of staff, why don't we ensure that they are fully staffed so that they increase their efficiency? Not that they haven't been efficient, but just to relieve some stress over them, because listening to this, it was not an easy job at all. So maybe it could be better if they can be fully staffed so that work is made a lot easier for them. Thank you, Mr. President. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mrebwa. I recognized Madagascar. Madagascar.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Excusez-moi, j'ai mal appuyé seulement avec la main tout à l'heure, mais en tout cas, félicitations pour la présentation tout à l'heure. Merci.
Thank you very much. Any other Any other debate? I see Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Honorable Mpariwa.
Thank you, Honorable President. My name is Paulina Mpariwa, a member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Let me join the rest of the members who have thanked the TG and his team in such a good report that goes blow by blow in terms of accountability and transparency. I mentioned these two, Honorable President, because these are key things which will make SADC attract new money. By that I mean new donors, new friends, and the way they would view our institution. So I can see that already the roadmap that has been shared by the Treasurer in terms of even the future budgets will be able to convince whoever wants to support our organization. And I want to congratulate you, Honorable President, for presiding over this session where the Treasurer is actually presented one of the best reports in the institution. And I also beg to second the one who has moved for the adoption of this particular report and its recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpariwa. I recognize a hand from South Africa. South Africa.
Thank you very much, President. Let me also be biased and say, I just want to support the best report presented by the Treasurer and his team. Without any financial muscles, there's nothing you can do. So we thank him and his team for the presentation that has been given to us. And it also shows that as SADC PF, we can be able to go forward as long as we do have the finance the way it has been presented. I thank you, President.
Your name again?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am Kensani Kate Bilangulu, the one you know from South Africa. I thank you, President.
Yes, it's for the record. Not that I don't know you, it's for the record. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm looking for some other hands. I don't seem to see any further hands. The chair has got the liberty to ask a question before I put the question. Honorable Speaker Kachavivi, I'm sure the House would be interested to know to what extent now have you assisted in the registration of the trust, and if you are almost there to marshal in as a settler of the trust in terms of the depositing the money that the founding money.
Yeah.
Can you be muted, Zambia? Honorable Mulebwa? Honorable Mulebwa, can you be muted? Honorable Speaker, Professor Kachavivi?
Hearing you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much for reminding all of us about this important initiative that we have undertaken in the form of a trust. The trust is indeed an important addition to our fundraising endeavors, and it is very much in the process of being fully implemented to serve the purpose of fundraising. And of course, we as a host country in Namibia, we very much look forward to do our part in terms of being the first country to make a contribution. At this stage, I'm still in the process of consulting all stakeholders in the country. I cannot give you the figure, but I can assure you that we will endeavor to live up to your expectation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Honorable Speaker. I'm sure the House is desirous that working with the Secretary General, if you could expedite the registration of the trust. Some of us have got donors waiting by the wings to put money into that trust. So please ensure that it is registered as soon as possible. May I now call upon Honorable Bergman to respond.
Chair, thank you very much. I just want to thank all the countries for their kind words. I really do appreciate that. But of course, it's not me, it's our team. And I'd like to first say that we are led by a wonderful executive committee. Usually the treasurer position is one that's given to the opposition. And there's a reason for that. They're there to watch the money. But when I came in there, we said that the executive committee wanted to land the salary and organizational review. They wanted to get the trust set up, and they wanted to rush the regional parliaments. And it looks like everyone is on the same page with this. And it looks like with this budget, that if we approve this budget now, we would really be well on our way to achieving our goals and objectives. And so I'd like to thank the Executive Committee, first of all, for their support. I'd like to thank the Secretary General for all her support and her hard work and dedication. But my partner in crime, Director Yapolka Mungandi, who's the Acting Secretary General, nothing I do would be without her support and without what she does, her dedication and her holding this department together. I do want to say that in reply to some of the comments, I need to thank those parliaments that do second staff members to SADC, because the SADC PF, because it does help. Those that do, I thank them. And please, if you want to, I mean, that is one way in which you can help SADC, is by seconding your members to SADC. And I want to thank those parliaments that get involved. There were parliaments that got involved in the salary and organizational review. I know that from South Africa, my acting secretary of parliament and I worked hand in hand. I know that she's been very intrinsically involved in the actual research and review, and I want to thank her personally for that. And my leader of delegation, just to give her a quick thank you, and my seconder, just to thank them for the support and the kind words. Thank you very much, Chair. I move and accept.
Can you clearly move for the adoption of the report?
Chair, yes, I therefore move for the adoption of the Treasurer and report of the Finance Committee.
Thank you very much. I put the question that the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters as presented by this Treasurer be now adopted. Are there any objections? There are no objections. The report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters as per Treasurer's report is duly adopted. Congratulations. Thank you. The Secretary General shall read the first order of the day.
Thank you. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, the Honorable Darren Bergman, Vice Chairperson. I hope you will now have your glass of water nearby, just in case you choke. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, thank you. I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on the Democratization, Governance and Human Reports to the 50th plenary assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum laid on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder? Any seconder? I see a hand there. Eswatini.
Mr. President, my name is Mtutuzi Matsebula, a member of parliament in the Kingdom of Eswatini. I will be seconding the motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee, Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Matsebula. I shall now allow debate on the report and ask the Honorable Bergman to debate the motion.
Chair, thankfully this is a lot quicker. Mr. President, pursuant to its mandate in terms of the Rule 42D of the Rules of the Procedure, the Standing Committee on DGHR convened its meeting for the 50th Plenary Assembly on Wednesday, the 13th of October 2021, under the theme Peace, Security and Conflict Trends in the SADC region, strengthening Parliament's role in conflict prevention and management. The theme was timely and relevantly, since peace, security and political stability are the necessary conditions for socio-economic development of the SADC region. Without peace, security and political stability, it goes without saying that the objectives of regional socio-economic development, poverty eradication, and regional integration will remain a pipe dream. The committee was encouraged by the various regional frameworks and institutions that SADC had created and operationalized to safeguard and entrench peace and security and prevent and manage conflicts in the region. These included the harmonized strategic indicative plan for the organ of defense, politics and security, which is the region's main implementation framework for the SADC Protocol on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation and the SADC Mutual Defense Pact. Mr. President, the region has done commendably well in preserving peace and security. Indeed, the SADC remains one of the most peaceful and politically stable regions of Africa. However, it is incontrovertible that our region will face several peace and security-related challenges which need to be addressed. These include isolated armed conflicts, acute inequality, democracy and governance deficit, rising unemployment among young people, and election violence. Added that the COVID-19 pandemic had accentuated the situation, thereby triggering tensions, some of which had led to social unrest, looting, and violence. Mr. President, legitimate and functioning parliaments are a critical component of the mechanism for long-term conflict prevention and management in any democracy. Legislature serves as the national forum where diverse issues affecting society are debated, and also provide a mechanism for early detection of conflict, which could facilitate appropriate timely responses. Parliaments have the responsibility to ensure that the legal framework of their respective countries are strengthened to facilitate the establishment of independent public institutions that promote democracy and good governance in line with Sustainable Development Goal 16. The committee was therefore delighted that SADC PF was prioritizing the capacity building of MPs in conflict prevention and management in line with Objective 3 of its Strategic Plan 2019 to 2023. Mr. President, the committee also dealt with the issue of the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and the role of law in the SADC, the Plenary Assembly will recall that the matter was a subject of intense discussion during the 49th Plenary Assembly. Of particular concern was whether the development of a SADC model law on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and the rule of law would infringe on the sovereignty of member states. To assist the committee in deliberating on the above, the committee received presentations from the following experts who served as resource persons: Mr. George Cardoso, the Director of the SADC Organ on Political Defense and Security Affairs, the Justice Professor Gile Ki Dingake, who was the former judge of the High Court in Botswana, and the Residual Special Court for Sierra Leone, and the Supreme Court of Papua New Guinea, His Excellency Ambassador Said Dijini, who is the Special Advisor in the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, and Dr. Adane Gebremesque, who's the Executive Manager of the GIZ Peace, Security and Governance Project. The recommendations on the role of Parliament in protecting and promoting constitutionalism and the rule of law, following its deliberations on the role of Parliament in promoting constitutionalism and the role of law, the committee reaffirmed the central role that national parliaments played in upholding the rule of law and protecting the constitutionalism through reviewing, debating, and enacting legislation, and scrutinizing government actions and holding the government accountable. Reiterated that model laws were useful to modern states in various ways, including setting of best practices and benchmarking. Most of the standards contained therein had a universal bearing and provided a cheaper and optimum way of accessing technical capacity. Reiterated that the development of the model law on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism would not interfere with or undermine the sovereignty of internal processes of member states, since model law were not binding on member states and countries, had the liberty to choose the elements of the model law that would be applicable to their respective contexts, and therefore resolved to request that the Plenary Assembly to rescind its resolution during the 49th Plenary Assembly and allow the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, in consultation with stakeholders, to commence the process of developing a SADC model law on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism to assist member states to comply with their regional legal commitments and obligations regarding constitutionalism and the rule of law. The recommendation on the role of Parliament in conflict prevention and management. Pursuant to its deliberations regarding the role of Parliament in conflict prevention and management, the committee commended SADC for deploying its standby force, the SADC mission in Mozambique, to quell the terrorism threats in Cabo Delgado, and for deploying force intervention brigades in support of the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission to counter the negative forces in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Further commended SADC for implementing various initiatives aimed at ensuring that the region continued to enjoy sustained peace and security, and that member states were politically stable. Reiterated the importance of establishing for TP in local communities of member states by ensuring the establishment of effective institutions, processes, policies, and constructive relationships that could contribute to peace building. Applauded SADC member states for having established different peace infrastructures, including local peace committees, national peace platforms, government departments or ministries that supported and developed strategies for peace building, conflict analysis, early warning and response systems, development of conflict management skills, including through insider mediators, as well as policy initiatives that promoted a shared culture of peace. Welcomed the approval of the transformation of the SADC-PF into a SADC Parliament by the SADC Summit on the 17th of August 2021 in Malawi, and added that this would pave the way for enhanced collaboration between the SADC-PF and other SADC institutions in strengthening the region's capacity to sustain peace and prevent or manage conflict and consolidate democracy. Reiterated that the establishment of the SADC Parliament would also serve to amplify the voice of ordinary citizens in the regional integration process, reaffirmed the importance of parliaments as 14P, since they served not only as platforms for dialogue, unity and reconciliation, but also as vital instruments for the conflict prevention and resolution. Reiterated the centrality of SADC-PF as a vital component of SADC's regional 14P, since it is a representative institution for the SADC citizenry and therefore a valid interlocutor for the political and security needs and aspirations of the public and a symbol of political diversity. Recalled the SADC-PF had for a very long time been visible in its involvement in election observation missions and active promotions of electoral standards, such as those contained in the SADC model law on elections, to mitigate the risks of electoral-related conflicts, and therefore resolved to urge SADC to ensure the implementation of a long-term strategy towards durable peace, including strengthening member states' mediation support capabilities, conflict management, and preventative diplomacy mechanisms, and bolstering the national R4P. Implore SADC to strengthen its preparedness for proactive responses to conflict situations to enable the region to fulfill the regional integration agenda exposed in the SADC 2050 vision and the RISDP 2020 to 2030. Encourage the SADC Secretariat to engage SADC-PF and national parliaments during the mapping exercises for regional and national R4P to establish a baseline regarding the human, technical, and financial capacities and gaps in peace-building, conflict prevention, and resolution. Call upon SADC-PF to consider building upon its current portfolio on the role of Parliament in conflict prevention and management by deepening perspectives on the following critical issues. 1, empower national parliaments as actors in conflict prevention, mediation, and post-conflict recovery. 2, promote the involvement of national parliaments in conflict prevention and silencing of guns. 3, enhance the legislative and oversight capacity of national parliaments to prevent and manage conflicts and electoral violence. 4, strengthen collaboration with civil society organizations to respond to the challenges of GBV in their region. 5, share knowledge and lessons learned for peer learning and benchmarking. 6, facilitate the participation of parliaments in mediation and conflict analysis skills through training afforded by the SADC Secretariat and other organizations in order to strengthen support to mediation processes in the region. Excuse me. Encourage SADC-PF to sensitize citizens and their representatives regarding regional protocols related to the prevention, combating, and eradication of the illicit manufacturing of firearms, ammunition, and other related materials which are linked to drug trafficking, terrorism, transnational organized crime, mercenary, and other violent criminal activities. Urge SADC-PF to develop a regional model law on the control of small arms and light weapons to assist member states in combating the proliferation of small arms and ammunition in SADC and promote best practice and standards to control the circulation and trafficking of firearms, ammunitions, and related materials. Urge SADC to prioritize building a critical mass of cross-sectoral mediators, conflict analysts, and facilitators at national and regional levels to strengthen the region's peace and security architecture in the long term. And finally, reiterate the need for SADC-PF and other regional parliaments to devise strategies to enhance the role of parliamentarians in conflict resolutions against the history of a dominant role by the executive and civil society to the exclusion of parliamentarians through deploying information, sharing, and goodwill missions to the countries affected by conflicts or even tensions. In conclusion, the committee expressed its appreciation to the resource persons for finding time to engaging the committee. The committee also thanked JIS and Austrian Development Agency for their financial support towards the hosting of these meetings. I submit, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bergman, for moving the motion on the report. I now call upon the seconder to debate the motion.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Vice Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Darren Bergman. The issues raised in the report, particularly those related to the theme peace, security, and conflict trends in the SADC regions, strengthening Parliament's role in conflict prevention and management, are very relevant and timely. Indeed, as indicated by the mover, the SADC region has made strides in ensuring peace and stability, thanks to the deliberate efforts by the community in this regard. We need to leverage the prevailing peace and stability for greater economic, human development for the benefit of the citizens of the region. To achieve this, we need a collective resolve to confront the common challenges that we face as a region, which strengthen the long-term political stability trajectory. Mr. President, I wish to echo the sentiments of the mover that functioning parliamentarians are a critical cog in the long-term conflict prevention and management. I therefore add my voice to the call by the mover for parliaments to use their powers to prevent and manage conflicts. One of the most effective ways in which parliaments can achieve this is by promoting equality and justice in communities. We need to be deliberate in building the capacity of members to monitor the implementation of regional and international instruments on peace building and conflict resolution. Mr. President, I also wish to commend the proposed collaboration between the committee and the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security affairs in areas of mutual interest and concern, as this will ensure a coordinated approach and optimum utilization of resources in our pursuit for a peaceful and politically stable future. I also welcome the proposal to enhance the role of parliaments in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and the rule of law. I second the motion, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I called you Matebula. According to my notes here, it should be Matsebula. My apology.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I shall now allow debate on the report. Members who wish to debate on the report, please show by raising your hand on the screen, indicating your name and country. Maximum time for the debate is 4 minutes. I recognize a hand from Zimbabwe. I think it's Honorable Ndiweni.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I'd like to thank Honorable Darren Bergman, the Vice Chair of the DGHR Committee, for presenting our report to the plenary. In support of his report, Honorable President, I just want to emphasize the importance of election observation by the forum. Indeed, we faced difficult times of the pandemic. It's very difficult to have a physical election observation. But however, all I want to emphasize and stress that despite the existence of the pandemic, our committee hasn't set back because of lack of physical observation. The committee has successfully used the virtual election observation alternative effectively. We virtually observed the recent Zambian elections in terms of consulting all the stakeholders. It was very informative to consult stakeholders virtually, and we got so much information on what was happening in the Zambian election prior to the actual election, and we gave our own advice to the stakeholders, and I think it helped a lot. So all I'm trying to emphasize is yes, election observation is possible in a pandemic, and it works out cheaper. So you realize that the treasurer talked of a budget which was earmarked for election observation, and I think we did not use any of the funds except for maybe a ICT connection. The forum's election observation, its credibility was demonstrated just recently, Honorable President, by our invitation by Venezuela to go and observe their elections that occurred on the 21st of November 2021. And yours truly was privileged enough to be part of that delegation. All I wanted to say is in these missions, it's not all about election observation. I want to share with the plenary that I, for one, have always thought that there are three pillars in governance in any system, which we are used to in the Southern Africa, in the SADC region, meaning we have the executive, we have the legislature, and we have the judiciary. So those are the three pillars that I was used to. But I learned something when I went to Venezuela. They have 5 pillars of governance. They have the usual, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. But they have 2 extra ones, which I think are so important, and maybe SADC should look at them in terms of when they're crafting their model laws. They have an extra arm of government that's called the citizenry. The citizenry, Honorable President, this is where you find the office of the Ombudsman. You find the office of the Anti-Corruption Commission, and you also find the office of the Auditor General. So that separates them, not to be under any ministry in the executive, but they are standalone as an arm of government. So that really, guarantees their independence. And then the 5th arm of government that they have is the electoral arm of government. So this is where you find the Electoral Commission. It's an arm of government. It's a standalone on its own. And it also demonstrates that it then can practice its independence as a standalone arm of government. With those a few words, Honorable President, I support the motion by the Honorable Bergman. I thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your Venezuelan experience. I'm sure we are taking note of that. I'm looking for any other hand now. Any other hand?
Zambia.
Zambia, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Excellence, for according me this opportunity to submit my humble opinion on the motion on the floor. It appears that peace is as a result of justice in any place, which means that people are not judged or perceived by the positions they hold in society or what they might accrue in life, but they're treated fairly at every juncture. In my contributions, my contribution to the human rights, I'd like to look at sometimes what transpires in any nation, like the previous speaker cited SADC having been invited to Venezuela. I think that this is one area that human rights have been abrogated immensely when we have sometimes elections or votes being stolen by politicians. It is an obvious case that when people vote, their choice must be respected. That's a respect for human rights, to say, this is your choice and we're going to respect you for it, and the results will be as you have chosen. So I wish to commend the SADC region for some of the elections that we've witnessed in the past years. It's just a recommendation really to say we need to continue on this path of ensuring that when an election takes place, people are given their choice. Anything short of that is an abrogation to human rights. And I think that every time injustice or where there is no justice, what sometimes happens is you have chaos, we have civil strife and so on. And for us to really make good progress as a SADC region, we need to ensure that human rights are upheld at every juncture. And I really wish to second the motion on the floor and commend the team that put up this report together. Mr. President, I make my submissions as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muleba. Secretary General, assist me. I've got a problem with my screen here. Do you see any hand?
No, sir, there are no more hands.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable Bergman to respond.
Chair, thank you very much again. And thank you for the inputs, the seconder and my brother, Honorable Ndloweni, as always. In fact, we had a conversation before you went to Venezuela, and I said to him that election observation doesn't start a week before the elections. Election observation and election observer missions should start the day after the elections before. Because exactly as my honorable from Zambia is saying, is that, you've got to watch what's taking place from the start. So this is why what we're saying in terms of election observer missions is that if we use technology wisely and we use questionnaires, we use monitoring checklists, the role model law in terms of its electioneering. We can actually start election monitoring from day one. And I want to highlight my honorable chairperson from this committee, who's unfortunately couldn't make it today, the successful election monitoring we had in Zambia, which I'm not saying the fair handover took place because of our election monitoring, but I would suggest that we had full access to the army, we had full access to the police, we had full access to the Independent Electoral Commission, we had full access to all the parties, and they spoke freely to us because they had, it was an intimate setting where they spoke to us on Zoom. And I think that this is the way in the future in which observation missions could be undertaken. You know, we've seen all too often that people come in from wherever they land, they get shown to the places that people want them to see and not the places that they should be taken to. So I agree with Honorable Mboweni. In terms of SADC, we must be a parliament for the people. That we must adopt what Venezuela is saying as the fifth pillar. We must definitely be a parliament for the 3 million people and not a parliament for the 15 parties. You know, for just 15 parties that would represent the 15 countries. And then finally, just for Zambia, terrorism is not, it's not a Mozambique issue. You know, it didn't start as just a Mozambique issue. It's not something that stays as a Mozambique issue. It might have started in Mozambique in Southern Africa, but you know, at some stage, at what stage do the neighbors have a right to then interfere because it becomes a threat to their security? And as Southern Africa, we as a collective must also have a right to you know, to say we've got to neutralize their threats and make sure that it doesn't touch us. The cost to terrorism is too high. You know, the cost to putting money into defense, putting money into military, putting money into border control, all of that is taken away from social development, taken away from education, taken away from the stuff that should be growing a nation. And that is the business of terrorism. That is where money, that is why there's a thriving business in terrorism. So I'd like to therefore propose this motion, Chair, formally, and propose that we adopt as the plenary the motion of this 50th Plenary Assembly on the reports of the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights be adopted. Are there any objections? I don't see an objection. The report is duly adopted. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the mover and seconder and those who have participated. Honorable speakers, honorable members, yesterday I punished you for quite a while. I didn't give you a break. So I'm suggesting that we take a 10 minutes break just to stretch, please, 10 minutes exactly, and then we should be able to start by 20 past 12 Joburg time. Thank you. We adjourn for 10 minutes.
ICT, could we have some interlude?
Yes, ma'am, it's coming up now.
guys ready? Adoption in 10, 9.
You can stop the interlude now. Okay. Please stop the interlude so that we can proceed.
Honorable President, it's 12:25.
Yes, the House is called to order. The 10 minutes is over now. The ST shall read the second order of the day, please.
Thank you. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender, Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development.
Thank you. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. Honorable Ramakwai, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Pete Ramakai Pete. I'm going to move for adoption on gender equality, women advancement, and youth development. Thank you.
Can we follow the proper nomenclature? You need to move the motion in your name. You need to move motion in your name.
I move.
Yes.
A motion on adoption on the report of the on gender equality, women advancement, and youth development.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Any seconder? Any seconder? Is it hand there? Madagascar. Madagascar. Madagascar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'appuie également la motion. Merci.
Thank you very much. Yes, TRC, you want to say something? TRC?
Oui, j'appuie aussi la motion. Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. J'appuie aussi la motion.
The motion has already been seconded, so we cannot have two seconders in terms of our procedure. I believe you might have assumed that there was no seconder. I appreciate. I call upon the Honorable Ramakwai.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, merci.
Thank you. I call upon the Honorable Ramakwai to present the report.
Mr. President, in accordance with its terms of reference as set out in Rule 42A of the SADC PF Rules of Procedure, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, GAYWIDE, considered the theme enhancing Parliament's response in the prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls during pandemics on Thursday, 14th October 2021. The theme for the meeting was selected in a quest to inter alia bring the rise of gender-based violence as an aspect of the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdowns in the SADC region. Document the sharp increase in the gender-based violence by outlining consequences emerging, priorities, promising practices, and highlight their potential to effectively support and protect women and girls from gender-based violence, and outline some practical evidence-based recommendations to SADC member states and other stakeholders to ensure action against gender-based violence were mainstreamed in their COVID-19 response and recovery activities. Mr. President, since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, reports have shown that several types of violence against women and girls have intensified. The World Health Organization, WHO, estimated that intimate partners violence increased by 13% across the world and 20% across sub-Saharan Africa. Actual experiences of violence are higher than the data indicates as many women do not report the violence due to various barriers that exist, such as, for example, limited knowledge of the available legislation on gender-based violence, inadequate interpretation and application of the law, weak coordination mechanisms among gender-based violence services providers and stakeholders, weak and insufficient defined gender-based violence referral systems across service providers, and weak monitoring and evaluation of gender-based violence programs. Gender-based violence, also known as the shadow pandemic, is widespread in the Southern Development Community, SADC, and presents a major obstacle to attaining gender equality and equity. Mr. President, this August Assembly may wish to note that despite enacted laws and policies and various programs in member states, gender-based violence remains a significant problem, with new forms continuing to emerge. Third, the committee took note that while the legal and policy framework governing issues of gender-based violence in Zambia were adequate, implementation remained poor. rendering the set policies and laws ineffective. For instance, while on the one hand, the country's Penal Code Act was in 2005 amended to stiffen the penalties of sexual offenses to deter would be offenders. The gender-based, the country Penal Code Act was in 2005 amended to stiffen the penalties of sexual offenses to deter what would be offenders. The Gender-Based Violence Act number 1 of 2011, which is the main law that addresses gender-based violence, does not provide specific sanctions to go with the different forms of violence defined in the Act. Further, the National Gender Policy of 2014 has identified low reporting level, high rate of withdrawal of cases, and preference to settle matters out of court. Mr. President, one critical factor in the prevention of gender-based violence and the effective response to this social ill is the collection, compilation, analysis, and use of data and information to inform policies, programs, and service provisions. The committee therefore recommends to this August Assembly to, among others, urge member states to integrate violence prevention and support into all COVID-19 emergency response planning and allocate sufficient supplies and resources for this purpose. 2, urge member states provide policy and advice to SADC state on integrating gender-based violence in national and sub-national COVID-19 response plans and budgets. 3, implore all member states to create an enabling policy and legal framework, resource environment, and national action plan for the elimination of violence against women and girls. 4, urge member states to adopt the scale up of evidence-driven prevention program, such as comprehensive, accessible, and adequate quality service for survivors of gender-based violence. 5, urge SADC member states to adopt and scale up services such as shelters, safe spaces, and essential housing, along with psychosocial support and advice for individuals experiencing or at risk of gender-based violence. Urge member states to train all service providers with regard to the treatment of victims and survivors to avoid their secondary victimization. I thank you, Mr. President.
Fine. To second. I call upon the seconder now to debate the motion?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je me lève pour soutenir la motion d'adoption du rapport du Comité permanent sur l'égalité des sexes, la promotion de la femme et le développement de la jeunesse. Une motion qui est si habilement proposée par le président, l'honorable Pité Ramoké. Monsieur le Président, la violence basée sur le genre est une des expressions les plus prononcées des relations de pouvoir inégales entre les hommes et les femmes qui menacent les droits, la santé et la qualité de vie des femmes et des filles, indépendamment de leur nationalité, de leur âge ou de leur statut social. En tant que commission mandatée pour traiter des questions d'égalité des genres, de promotion et d'autonomisation des femmes, ainsi que du développement de la jeunesse et des enfants, nous ne pouvons pas nous permettre de négliger la violence basée sur le genre. Monsieur le Président, comme l'a souligné la présidente, la pandémie de COVID-19 a entraîné une escalade de la violence basée sur le genre. Une variété de facteurs tels que le sous-financement des services essentiels pour les femmes et les filles touchées par la violence, les restrictions des mobilités et des confinements, les fermetures d'écoles, la perte des revenus et la faiblesse des réseaux de soutien, la limitation et les changements des services d'orientation disponibles pour les survivants, les normes inéquitables préexistantes en matière de genre et le leadership et la représentation limitée des femmes dans les organes décisionnels de la COVID ont tout contribué à l'augmentation des incidences de la violence sexiste au cours de la pandémie de COVID-19. Je suis donc d'accord avec l'auteur de la motion pour dire qu'il faut faire davantage pour donner la priorité à la lutte contre la violence basée sur le genre dans la réponse à la COVID et dans les efforts de redressement. En effet, même si la COVID-19 fait de nombreuses victimes, l'impact disproportionné de la pandémie sur le bien-être socio-économique des femmes et des filles menace de réduire à néant des progrès durement acquis par les États membres de la SADC en matière d'égalité des sexes et d'autonomisation des femmes. Les parlements membres devraient commencer par mettre en place un cadre juridique complet comprenant des dispositions relatives à la prévention, à la protection et au soutien des victimes, ainsi qu'aux poursuites et aux sanctions à l'encontre des agresseurs. En outre, il est important de s'assurer que la législation prévoit des mécanismes de mise en œuvre tels qu'un soutien budgétaire, la création de mécanismes institutionnels spécifiques pour contrôler, la mise en œuvre et la collecte des données. La mise en œuvre de la législation doit également faire l'objet d'un suivi régulier et la législation doit être régulièrement amendée afin de combler les lacunes et les insuffisances et de s'assurer qu'elle répond aux nouvelles réalités telles que la COVID-19. Monsieur le Président, à cet égard, je salue la proposition avancée par l'auteur de la motion, selon laquelle les États membres devraient intégrer la prévention de la violence et le soutien dans tous les plans d'intervention d'urgence de la COVID-19 et que des fournitures et des ressources suffisantes doivent être allouées à cette fin. Monsieur le Président, j'appuie donc la motion. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kulamali, for seconding the motion. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate by show of their hands on the screen, giving their names and also their country of origin. Maximum time for debate is 4 minutes. I'm looking for the hands now to debate. I see Mozambique. Moçambique.
Muito obrigada, ilustre presidente. Sou Esperança Bias, do Parlamento moçambicano. Eu quero manifestar o meu apoio a esta moção. Infelizmente, a violência baseada no género tem estado a aumentar. Um estudo recente conclui que mesmo a nível dos parlamentos esta questão é verificada. Portanto, as mulheres parlamentares, as funcionárias parlamentares têm sido vítimas de violência baseada no género. É importante que reforcemos as nossas instituições e é também importante que nós, os parlamentares, reforcemos a capacidade de divulgação da legislação junto às comunidades onde nós estamos inseridas. Portanto, o meu forte apoio a esta moção. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker Bias from Mozambique. I recognize Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
That's Honorable Mafa. Your name?
My name is Mafa, Honorable Mafa. Honorable President, I rise to support the adoption of the GEWAYD report that has just been presented. Accepting that as a region, we are faced with GBV as a pandemic is the first leg which led to the fervent work that produced the model law on GBV, which has been adopted by this August House. The expectation is that it will or can eventually lead to the domestication of regional and international instruments on GBV, which still depend on national legislative or executive action. The report urges member states to create an enabling policy and legal framework, resource environment, and national action plan for the elimination of violence against women and girls who are disproportionately affected by GBV. This can be achieved if we embark on legislative reforms in order to give effect to their international and regional obligations and commitments, which are generally incorporated as requirements, principles, concepts, standards, measures, interventions, and programs. The completion and request for adoption today of the GEWAYD report comes at an opportune time following the adoption by this plenary assembly of the model law on GBV. This is more so for the host parliament to this 50th plenary assembly, since Lesotho is currently at an intersection in addressing the RIFE GBV, can enact the long-awaiting counter-domestic violence bill that was finally presented to the Lesotho Parliament earlier this year. The report further urges member states to adopt and scale up of evidence-driven prevention programming, such as comprehensive, accessible, and quality services for survivors of gender-based violence. It was only on Thursday this week when Lesotho Women's Parliament Caucus hosted a prayer and engaged with various stakeholders in commemorating of the 16 days of activism that Policy Unit handling Child and Gender Protection Services, CGPU, strongly highlighted that in Lesotho law, there's no GBV. Therefore, no statistics, but only sexual offenses, child and welfare, abductions, assaults, and etc. This definitely tells this August House how much some of our member states need appropriate tools to help address GBV in a holistic way versus the fragmented manner that is currently the status quo. The report appeals to SADC governments to adopt a holistic approach to ending gender-based violence, to coordinate and unite entities to prevent and eradicate violence, including through implementing well-resourced national strategies that outline roles and responsibilities, and a risk-based approach that could be applied before, during, and after COVID-19. Led by SADC PF on the part of Lesotho, the invitation of members of parliament to this plenary assembly, more so of
Honorable member, can you wind up? Can you wind up? You've gone beyond 4 minutes. Please wind up.
It's another fundamental stake engagement of ownership, opportunity to Lesotho Parliament with the expectation to have the recommendations of this plenary triggered to the business of Parliament. Mr. President, it therefore goes without saying that in adoption of the GEWAYD report, the Lesotho Counter Domestic Violence Bill, as another strong measure to fight GBV, stands a good chance to be exemplary in pioneering the much needed domestication aspect of SADC PF model laws, thus bringing to life the benefits that member states reap in being part of this regional body. It is my fervent hope that by the adoption of this report, this plenary bears progress and hope in our democracy as we addressing GBV from all angles. Mr. President, I support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I recognize Botswana, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson, Botswana. Botswana?
Thank you, Mr. President. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, to give me this opportunity. I stand to support this important motion, Mr. President. Truly speaking, gender-based violence is a cause of concern. And as a SADC member state, we must be at the forefront in fighting this scourge, taking into consideration that numbers prior to COVID-19 have risen in our countries. So we must now stand up and come up with some laws and policies through our respective parliaments. And the SADC bloc or the SADC region is not left behind. As we have seen now, we did based violence. That was a great step ahead as the SADC bloc, which we have done by passing the model law on the gender-based violence. That's something which we must clap hands for ourselves. And of course, if you see this gender-based violence or the SADC model law is something which even other bloc can copy for what we have done. The other thing, Mr. President, as Botswana, we are not left behind. We have since passed some laws and policies through our parliament. And a clear example is that we have introduced some courts specific to deal with these gender-based violence cases. And again, we've done what we call sexually offenders registered, whereby if you have committed such an offense in Botswana, that thing will be published so that the whole nation or the whole country will know such a person have done such an offense. So what I want to urge our fellow parliaments to do is that we must come up with all measures which will lead for us stopping this gender-based violence. By so saying, with those few words, Mr. President, I stand to support and urge and even pray God that maybe one day this will be things of the past and we must act now, not tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paulson. I recognize Honorable Mpariwa.
Thank you, Honorable President. Let me begin by thanking the chair of the committee who has presented this report eloquently, and the seconder. I stand to support this particular motion on gender-based violence, since this has actually been an increased scourge during the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable Speaker said, you will realize that parliaments in SADC have actually done a lot of work in terms of curbing GBV. I will take the example for the Zimbabwe Parliament, where we have even identified male gender champions because this is a scourge that we cannot fight alone, and it does not affect one gender. So I want to thank the presenter of the report and SADC for actually prioritizing this particular motion to be adopted by the 50th plenary. But perhaps really also to make an emphasis, Honorable Speaker said, that there is need to accelerate social protection programs. There's also need to increase safety nets to victims, especially women and children. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker said, our budget need to focus more on ministries that bear a human face. Without resources, there is no achievement in terms of curbing this pandemic. Let me also thank the civil society who stand in terms of assisting parliament and government and countries in protecting those that will have been affected. So I second this motion passionately, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for any other hand. I don't seem to see any other hand now. I shall call upon, yes, there's Honorable Annelen Debele is popped up on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to associate myself with this motion. I strongly believe that this report, read together with the model law that we adopted yesterday, Mr. President, is intended to trigger policy reforms and the development or revision of increasingly responsive laws and measures in member states of the SADC. Mr. President, as the scourge of violence against women and girls still stains all of our countries and is further complicated by complex issues of poverty, gender inequity, tradition, insecurity, especially in times of conflict, limited education, and lack of adequate legal frameworks. And you may now add the COVID pandemic. I therefore, Mr. President, unreservedly call for considered reflection and revision of both legal frameworks and support mechanisms to ensure that our societies begin to act progressively and decisively to end gender-based violence. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndebele. I now call upon the mover, Honorable Ramokai, to respond accordingly.
Honorable President, there seemed to have been an indication from the Speaker of Botswana. I'm not sure if he wanted to speak.
Let's find out. The Honorable Speaker from Botswana. Where are you, my brother? The Honorable Speaker from Botswana.
He's muted.
You are muted. Can you unmute yourself?
I've tried to do that.
We can hear you now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please proceed, my brother.
My name is Pandus Keramani. I think nobody can say anything against the report. In fact, it states what is actually happening. The question is, why, despite all that is being done, do we see evidence of gender-based violence increasing and not decreasing? Part of the reason in my view, is that policies and laws alone cannot deal with gender-based violence or indeed any other criminal activity. The problem with gender-based violence, especially against women and girls, arises basically because our societies started that way. Women, for some reason, were regarded as being inferior. But the boys grew up thinking that they are superior to the girls. And so the men to their husbands, the women to their wives. That means that, in my view, we should consider teaching them when they are young, at home. Never allow a boy to be leaving the place and watch, expecting the sister to do it. At school, we should do the same. At government level, wherever it's possible, women must be given positions of responsibility. They must be given positions of permanent secretary. They should have jobs so that they earn money and they don't have to rely on the boyfriend. That way, they can emancipate themselves. Lastly, Mr. President, I think the pandemic, which hit us badly, was an indication to us that people who have been living apart, say the husband in Bulawayo, the wife in Harare, when they came together and there was a lockdown, they would fight. After a week, they just didn't want to be staying together 24 hours, 1 week. That was too much. That I don't know what we can do, but it's evident that the pandemic brought people who were stressed. They couldn't go and do things which they did alone, forced to stay together for 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks. That was no good. Hopefully, the end of this pandemic will allow us some breathing space. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I thank you very much for the floor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother, Speaker Seklemani, for your contribution to this very important motion. Is there any other hand that I haven't recognized, Secretary General? From my side, I don't see any hand.
There are no other hands.
May I now proceed to call upon Honorable Ramukwai to respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. It goes without saying that the provisions of natural justice say we are all equal before the law. So it is only unprocedural and unfair to girl children being treated in an inhuman manner. We should give treatment which is alike, between men and women. I want to thank all parliaments that supported the report, the adoption of the report. And I want to especially thank my seconder, Mr. President, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the Secretary General and her team for the guidance and support services rendered to the committee during the meeting. I especially wish to thank the resource persons for their expert presentations on the theme of the meeting. Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramaphosa. I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development be now adopted. Are there any objections? There are no objections. The report is duly adopted. Congratulations, the mover and seconder, and those who participated in the debate. Third order of the day, Secretary General shall read third order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, Honorable Rachel Zulu. Chairperson. Before Honorable Zulu speaks, I see a hand from Malawi. A hand from Malawi?
I believe it's Honorable Rachel Zulu, sir.
Okay. Please proceed to move your motion. Honorable Zulu.
Yes.
Honorable Zulu.
Mr. President, I rise to present the report of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs. I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Strider Mpanza from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I do second the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, seconder. I now call upon Honorable Zulu to present the report.
Mr. President, the Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs held one meeting on Friday, 16th October 2021, to consider the topic, the role of parliamentarians in advancing accountability on the consistency, budgeting, and implementation of comprehensive sexuality education programs in the SADC member states. Mr. President, the theme was selected against the background that the provision of sexual and reproductive health and rights services to young adolescents and young people has the potential to contribute to the social and economic development in the Eastern and Southern Africa region. However, the process continues to be impeded by various challenges, key among which is the challenge of inadequate resources, noting the importance of SRHR services for the adolescents and young people to the overall development agenda. The Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Program focused on the role that parliamentarians could play in fostering implementation of the ESA commitment in spite of the challenges faced. Mr. President, in line with the theme of the meeting, the committee deliberated on the ESA Ministerial Evaluation Report and considered the draft ministerial statement. Among other issues, the committee noted that the 2020 evaluation of the ESA commitment sought to document the journey traveled by the 20 ESA commitment countries, as well as explore opportunities to sustain the commitment's momentum while generating knowledge and evidence to inform the extension of the ESA commitment in 2030 in line with the Agenda 2030. Further, the committee noted that the evaluation established that the ESA commitment increased political will and engagement on sexual and reproductive health and rights by heightening attention regionally and within countries to specific thematic issues related to adolescents and young people. Notwithstanding this, the region still had unfinished business. The committee also learned that some of the ESA commitments targets were not achieved due to the range of factors such as lack of financial resources at country level, which was exacerbated by the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, the committee observed that the new ESA commitment had incorporated emerging issues that would positively impact on the implementation of the commitment, that could positively impact on the implementation of the commitment. Some of the issues included universal access to quality primary education and informal education, building back better after COVID-19 and other pandemics. Economic opportunities for young people through job creation, entrepreneurship, digital jobs, and high-quality gender-responsive and education for health and well-being and youth-friendly HIV, SHR, mental health, and GBV services and information. Mr. President, having deliberated on the initial ESA ministerial commitment and having considered the draft ESA ministerial commitment, the committee has made far-reaching recommendations to the Plenary Assembly. And some of the recommendations were that countries should include education, especially girls, completion of secondary education as part of the national strategy for HIV prevention. This recommendation is premised on the fact that available evidence confirms that girls and their communities and countries could reap multiple social and economic benefits from the progression and completion of secondary school. Further, in the wake of COVID-19, the ESA countries should ensure that adolescents and young people are provided with good quality, age-appropriate, respectful, sexual and reproductive health information and rights-based youth-friendly health services, including self-care, digital and non-digital technology solutions to reach all young people with a focus on marginalized adolescents and youth, including girls and young women. In addition, countries should take steps to harness the demographic dividend resulting from the growth in the population of adolescents and young people. Countries should promote national reforms aimed at domesticating continental and regional commitments on SRHR, HIV, and gender equality, as well as their incorporation into national policies and programs, with particular emphasis on issues pertaining to the age of consent of adolescents to access integrated sexual and reproductive services, and information, its implementation. Mr. President, The committee wishes to express its gratitude to the Secretariat and the resource person for the invaluable support rendered to the committee during its deliberations. The deliberations provided on the opportunity to the member to gain knowledge and to deeper understanding on issues pertaining to the ESA ministerial commitment and identify how parliamentarians could contribute to the realization of its noble objective. Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. I shall now allow the seconder, Honorable Stridom Mpanza, to debate, seconding the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support the motion on the reports of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs Standing Committee, so ably moved by the chairperson, Honorable Rachel Zulu. Mr. President, I wish to confirm that indeed the committee met on Friday, 16th October 2021 and deliberated on issues concerning ESA ministerial commitments and the comprehensive sexuality education. Mr. President, the committee noted a number of issues that emanated from the deliberations on the ESA ministerial evaluation report, as well as the draft ESA ministerial commitment. Among others, Mr. President, well, the committee noted that other than failure to achieve the ESA commitment targets due to financial constraints, which were compounded by the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, communities including the Eastern and African community and SADC of the fundamental, the commitment had raised awareness within the regional economic communities, including the Eastern and African communities and SADC, of the fundamental importance of improving adolescent and youth sexual and reproductive health in the sub-region as an economic priority. Mr. President, the urgent need to harness the demographic dividends calls for speedy investment in the health, education, employment, livelihood, skills, active and effective engagement of young people, because these investments, Mr. Speaker, would only benefit, Mr. President, adolescents and the youth, but also propel the region towards attainment of Agenda 2063. In its recommendation, the committee also implores ESA countries to promote national reforms to domesticate continental and regional commitments on SRH, HIV, gender equality into national laws. It is imperative, Mr. President, that these commitments must also be integrated and reflected in national policies and programs. As a matter of urgency, particular emphasis must in this regard be placed on issues such as the age of consent of adolescents to access integrated sexual and reproductive services and information. Mr. President, the committee further recommends that countries should strengthen social protection systems with an emphasis on legal reform while promoting the development of programs aimed at strengthening norms and standards in order to eliminate the discrimination based on gender, age, socioeconomic status, HIV status, disability, being pregnant, or a young mother. Mr. President, I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Panza. Debate is open now. Please show by hands that you want to debate. indicate your name and country. Maximum time for debate is 4 minutes per presenter. I recognize Tanzania. Honorable Kasimu.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Kasim Hassan Haji, member of Tanzania Parliament. Experience of Tanzania on ESA Ministry Committee. I have gone through a report and it is quite good. And I would like to build on some issue rising from it. First, the TOR have been clear stated, elaborating that really has be done by this commitment within its men. Secondly, it is also good that the report has highlight on ESA commitments on promotion of intersectoral that reports the highlight on ESA's commitment promotion of intersectoral collaboration by putting a spotlight on the young generation into 4 key points in which Tanzania, as a SADC member country, recognize ESA commitment. And the reducing early unintended pregnancy, reducing HIV infection, reducing gender-based violence, and eliminated children marriage. It is in the regard that Tanzania implemented that ESA commitment in the following ways: reducing gender-based violence. In reducing gender-based violence, firstly, establish national plan of action to end all form discrimination against women and children, 2017-2018 up to 2021-2022. Reducing early eliminated pregnancy, pre-education to primary school and secondary students, as they will be able to spend more time school and reducing the risk of early marriage and early pregnancy. Improving education, health, infrastructure, like building a new class and procuring of a desk. So a student will be more administered school and the provision of comprehensive sexual education to adolescents. Allowing return to schools of students, encourage early unintended pregnancy of announced by the Ministry of Education on 24 December 2021. Eliminating children marriage. This is still conversant since there are 2 conflict law of the Marriage Act and Sexual Offense, a Special Provision Act 2018, whereby the girl children 15 is according to the Marriage Act legal for the marriage, as opposed to SOSPA 2018, which is any offense involving sexual relation within below 18 years old. Response to COVID-19. In responding to COVID-19 epidemic, the country received 1.3 trillion soft of loans from International Monetary Fund. The country invests in the education, health, and water sector in the following program: procurement of 20 modern ambulances and the 365 ordinary ones of the health sector, procurement of 85 X-ray machines, MRI machine installation in a national referral and zonal office, construction of 4 telemedicine center, construction of 72 intensive care units, and the procurement of biomedical equipment, and the national, zonal, and regional council hospital. Construction of water infrastructure in all country council, and implementation of education projects like desk and the classroom. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, those are key areas I want to impass of hopeful together we can strengthen and the interparliamentary democracy for better of our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Haji. You speak with so much passion, I think, as a youth, honorable member. I recognize Honorable Mohadi from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me an opportunity to raise my voice. Mr. President, I rise to support the motion tabled for us today. Mr. President, if we look at the youth and the lack of resources, the youth do not have any resources on their own, and they need to be empowered. Those that are still at school, they need to go to school, because if you were talking about the youth at the 18 years of age, he or she is still going to school. But due to poverty, you find that, and due to poverty and the GBV, most of the school children are no more going to school just because they will be having no parents because of GBV. Maybe they will have killed each other, or one of the parents will be no more. So there's need to support such school-going children so that they get sufficient money to go to school. Those who have those who are out of school, they need to be assisted with resources in forms of loans, so that they do handwork projects, so that they can also have a means of survival. And in countries where there is mining, I think there is need for them to be given quotas in mining, so that they can produce money on their own. On education, Mr. President, really there's need for them to go to school, and there's need for them to be healthy. For them to be healthy, as long as they are going to school, they have much time for school, and they will avoid these early marriages that we are talking about now and then, and the early pregnancies. Because as long as they are still continuing, Mr. President, we are not going anywhere. With these few words, Mr. President, I beg to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mohadi. I recognize Honorable Mutinta Mazoka, a suspect from Zambia. The floor is yours. Honorable Mazoka, can you unmute your gadget? Unmute your gadget. Unmute your gadget. Yes.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very interesting. I'm Mazoka from Zambia, and this is a very interesting subject because it concerns children. I'm particularly going to dwell on the children, the youth. because in my language we say the trees that are growing are the forests of tomorrow. So these children, the youths, need to be looked after properly in order that they become the forests of tomorrow. By that I mean the leaders of tomorrow. The youth, are largely disadvantaged. Who is disadvantaging them? It's us, the elders. We are not putting much effort into their plight. They fall out of school, they drop out of school early. Why? Because they have no support, especially from the governments. So these children, if they are not empowered with education, they are going to be tomorrow's nuisance to society. In order to avoid this, we need to empower them educationally. There are these, when a child drops out of school, maybe at the age of 15, because they do not have resources to continue with their education, the government should step in and provide those resources. And for those children who drop out maybe, after grade 12, because they haven't made it to colleges and universities, they must have somewhere to go and train in a trade. We should make sure that this is the government now. The governments, our governments must make sure that these children have training, colleges, or trade schools rather, where they will train into artisanship. They can, because not every child is gifted the same intellectually. We are different. So if you take a child who has dropped out of school, at the age of 18, when they finish their high school and they haven't made it into university, they must go to these trades schools to learn to be carpenters, to builders, bricklayers, and all those artisan trades. Because after that, those children are going to employ themselves, thereby empowering themselves. And they are also going to employ others, their fellow youths, thereby again empowering their fellow youths. So it's a vicious cycle, and it's all about political will to the governments that are concerned. And I'm sure every government is concerned, because we have all these children roaming about the streets who have now become a nuisance because they have gone into bad habits. I think, before my time is over, Mr. President, I'll end there. Thank you very much for the opportunity provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mazoka. I don't see any hand here. I therefore call upon Honorable Zulu to respond.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank all the members from different countries who have spoken on this report. We had members from Tanzania, also Zimbabwe and Zambia. I know they have the report on their heart, because it's one of the reports that affects the people directly in our society. In support of the report and that the committee, the Tanzanian Member of Parliament is in support of the report and that the committee deliberated on a very important issue of ACA commitment, which arrived at promoting comprehensive separate specialty on education and SRHR. The member from Zimbabwe in support of the report and the motion and the importance of acknowledging that the youth are the resource that has to be supported in order to have the better society. From the member from Zambia, she's also in support of the motion, in support of the report, considering that issues that are under discussion concerning the youth who need to be equipped with knowledge and skills, including SRHR, with the purpose of curbing child marriages. So, Mr. President, I would like to thank all those that have contributed to this report, and I believe, and I also want to thank you, Mr. President, for giving me that opportunity to table this report. Mr. President, I beg the whole plenary to adopt the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. I now put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs be now adopted. Are there any objections? I don't think so. The report is duly adopted. Secretary General, I want to be guided. I think the President is around the corner somewhere. It's now 13:40, 12:40 in the DRC. Do we break for lunch, or you want us to finish the two motions? I stand guided. Secretary General and Mr. President, who is hiding somewhere near now, is somewhere near, I understand. Can you guide me?
Honorable President, if it pleases you, you may wish to break off for lunch and convene at 2:30.
Thank you very much. I'm so guided. Our session is adjourned until 2:30 this afternoon. Thank you. Yeah.
Letseng pipe was discovered in 1957 by a British geologist named Peter Nixon. Nixon and his colleague Barry Dawson were recent graduates and wanted to further their studies with fieldwork on kimberlite, a rare volcanic rock that sometimes contains diamonds. They were attracted to Basutoland because a South African mining entrepreneur, Colonel Jack Scott, had recently discovered a number of kimberlite pipes in the area. Nixon and Dawson arrived in Basutoland in August 1957. After a few months of studying known kimberlites, the students followed the Orange River upstream in the Maluti Mountains to study kimberlite pipes in the area. These could only be reached on foot or on the backs of the tough, sure-footed Basotho ponies. Peter kept a diary. December 14, 1957. Very cold night, but a beautiful day. Examined a small outcrop of soft blue ground within the swamp. Brief examination indicated that it was kimberlite, and a walk around showed that it extended in all directions. It was a pipe. Pony, pretty well exhausted by the time I'd finished riding up and down the steep slopes, could just do with a beer. Me, not the pony. Following Nixon and Dawson's Letseng discovery, the first miners were Basotho diggers who worked their claims basically with their bare hands. Between 1958 and 1968, around 10,000 diggers treated as much as 1.5 million tons of alluvial gravel and recovered an estimated 60,000 carats of diamonds. Those were rough and really tough days. At times, miners spent up to a week stranded in blizzards that swept the high-altitude country. Accounts tell of miners dying of exposure as they worked to find the treasure that would change their lives forever. For some, the dream came true. Rough diamond traders bought big and valuable diamonds from the diggers, including the diamond that put Lesotho on the international diamond map, the massive 601-carat Lesotho Brown.
Giant diamond found last year in Lesotho. Mrs. Ramaboa, the African woman who found it, was paid over $300,000, but if it can be split up, it could yield about $1.5 million. Everything depends on a perfect cleavage.
Mrs. Ernestine Ramaboa discovered the Lesotho Brown in 1967. She traveled to New York with her husband to witness the stone being cleaved in front of a live television audience. The discovery of the Lesotho Brown was a turning point for diamond mining in Lesotho. Chief Leabua Jonathan, Prime Minister of the newly independent Lesotho government, was determined to revolutionize the diamond digging industry and bring an end to the haphazard and unprofitable exploitation of Lesotho's diamonds. Entered into negotiations with Rio Tinto Zinc, a London mining conglomerate. However, in their view, the extremely low-grade ore would render the mine effectively unprofitable, and in 1972, they called it a day. Chief Jonathan responded by approaching Harry Oppenheimer, offering him a diamond mining partnership with the Lesotho government. The chairman of De Beers couldn't resist. He apparently found the idea of discovering magnificent diamonds in the mountain wilderness to be especially romantic, despite the problematic economics.
To declare the Letseng Laterai diamond mine officially open.
De Beers mined here until 1982, when a slump in the global diamond market and changes inside the company prompted it to close Letseng. For more than a decade, the mine lay fallow, and the mountaintop wrapped itself in a fog and silence. But behind the scenes, Keith Whitelock was working extremely hard to give the mine that he had been intimately involved with since 1957 a new lease on life.
People that worked with me up there in the 70s were saying, hey, there's a mine there that's waiting for you. We wanted to go and open it up again. When De Beers closed it down, I mean, that sealed the fate of the mine. You know, people said, well, if De Beers can't make it pay, nobody can make it pay. They even convinced government it wasn't worth anything. The mine closed in 1982. Now we're talking about 18 years later. Going back to my struggles, a 5-year struggle to first to get the license and then to get JCI to put some money in. I had great difficulty. They didn't believe those values were there. That was what we call the three little piggies, what they did. Those diamonds came out, the 3 diamonds in 3 weeks, and that was what turned the tables. And then the money was forthcoming to develop the mine, because those 3 diamonds today would be worth $30-40 million. And so, I mean, then it was away, and we could build the mine the way we wanted it.
The JCI investment brought the capital that was needed to reopen Letseng, and production resumed in 2004. In 2005, JCI's majority shareholder and CEO Brett Kebbel found himself in financial trouble and wanted to dispose of his assets, including Letseng. That's when Gem Diamonds, Letseng's current majority shareholder, entered the picture.
It was a public auction process. There were 12 companies which were shortlisted finally, and we all submitted bids. The Gem Diamonds bid was the highest bid, $118.5 million, and we acquired essentially 70%, and we assisted the Lesotho government with a loan to allow them to increase their stake from 24% to 30%, and that is a position which pertains today.
Despite being the lowest grade diamond mine in the world, Letseng has come to occupy a very important position on the global diamond stage.
Letseng is an important part of the global diamond industry because of the nature of the diamonds that it produces. But actually, the quantity which it produces is minuscule. Letseng is essentially a mine which mines a jewelry box. It's not really a mine which mines diamonds in the normal course of events. This year we will end up with an average of about $2,500 per carat. The industry average globally is $100 per carat. Yes, we're an iconic mine, but we're a very, very small operator. It's the most niche of niche positions. And, we guard that and protect that jealously.
Letseng's diamonds are marketed and sold, most often through an open tender process, in the city of Antwerp in Belgium.
Historically, Antwerp is the main diamond trading center in the world. In terms of the Letseng brand, we have a very good name in the market in terms of our tender. There's transparency, there's trust, and the clients are very, very comfortable coming to tender and spend their money there. We're probably one of the only mines that can vouch for a diamond's provenance from the mine when it's found all the way through to the polished stone at the end.
Letseng subcontracts many of its business functions to Lesotho-based companies, small and large. Matekane Mining, a 100% Basotho-owned company, holds the mining contract and is the biggest contractor on site.
The relationship between these two companies started a long way back. Since day one, it meant a lot of growth for MMIC as well as Letseng. When Letseng get started, we were holding 3 million tons in a year, 2004. But today we are holding 36 million tons of waste and ore combined in a year. The relationship that we have with Letseng, it has really meant a lot even to ordinary Mosotho. People that came without anything, they have now having houses, cars, and the list is endless, showing that the life of the people have been changed as well, a lot.
Letseng employs over 1,200 people, of whom 97% are Basotho. They contribute to one of the most efficient diamond mining operations in the world.
Letseng is a very important contributor to the Lesotho nation, not only from a financial point of view, but also from an employment point of view, and the status of an iconic business which attracts attention around the world. The importance of our contribution, of course, places a big responsibility on us to continue contributing at the level that we have.
Of every 100 maluti made in the sale of a diamond, more than 60 maluti comes back to Lesotho in the form of taxes, dividends, and royalties paid to the government.
Their contribution to the economy has been immense in that we know that currently Letseng contributes close to 10% of the national gross domestic product, and as a result of that, they are an important partner for our country and for the nation. They help us fight against unemployment, in contribution to government fiscus in terms of revenue, in also making sure that they also bring in foreign reserves, which are very important for a country of Lesotho's stature.
Diamonds mean different things to different people. Employment, education, community improvement, or the prospect of actually owning a diamond. For us, they mean an investment in this country and its future. Here at Letseng, diamonds are our opportunity of bringing rare gems into the world and contributing to the people of Lesotho by bringing value, opportunity, and the possibility of making dreams come true.
I would like Letseng diamonds to prosper going forward. Not only Letseng diamonds, but the mining diamond industry in Lesotho, which is so valuable to the economy, particularly during these challenging times. So I wish them all the best. I wish them well, and I wish them prosperity. And we hope that going forward, the Letseng and the industry as a whole will continue to contribute to the social, economic development of our nation and for the future generations to come.
The Lesotho Highlands Water Project is a binational project between the Kingdom of Lesotho and the Republic of South Africa. This project harnesses the Senku River, which is also known as the Orange River. The water is then transferred to South Africa. The water delivery system used for this purpose also generates hydroelectric power in the Kingdom of Lesotho. The project is based on the double coincidence of needs. While South Africa needed more water to meet its projected demand for industrial and domestic purposes, the government of Lesotho had for some years also been seeking ways of earning external revenue. Harnessing and exporting its abundant water resources and and developing hydropower locally to reduce Lesotho's dependence on imported energy answered these needs. Following extensive studies of alternative transfer schemes, the options were eventually narrowed down to two hypothetical schemes, namely the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the Orange Vaal Transfer Scheme. Based on the computation of the operating costs of each scheme, the conclusion was that the Orange Vaal Transfer Scheme would be twice as expensive as the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. The Lesotho and South African governments signed a water treaty in 1986 to implement the project over a 30-year period. The project was designed to, on completion of all four phases, transfer water to South Africa at a rate of 70 cubic meters per second. According to the World Bank, the project was the largest public sector undertaking in Africa at the time of its inception, involving the construction of the highest dam on the continent and large capacity tunnels to transfer water between the two countries. The first phase comprised the construction of the Katse Dam, the Mohale Dam, interconnecting tunnels, and the Muela hydroelectric plant. Furthermore, infrastructure such as access roads, bridges, power lines, accommodation amenities, and healthcare facilities were also constructed. The Katse Dam, located 2,000 meters above sea level, is the main intersection for the entire project. The dam wall is a staggering 185 meters high. Water from other dams and subsequent phases collects at this dam. Water is transferred from the Katse Dam through the Katse intake tower to generate 72 megawatts of electricity for domestic purposes. The inauguration of the water transfer component of the project took place on the 22nd of January 1998, followed by the launch of the Muela hydropower plant on the 22nd of January 1999. The inauguration of the entire first phase of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project was on the 16th of March 2004. Several ongoing social and environmental programs ensue from the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. The Katse Botanical Garden covers 17 hectares and contains a rich diversity of birds, medicinal, ornamental, as well as utility plants. The garden was initially used to house plants that were rescued from the Katse and Mohale Dam basins. Other plants collected from various areas in Lesotho have also been replanted in the garden for conservation purposes. Two aquaculture projects are also being implemented, namely Katse Fish Farms and Highlands Trout. Some of the benefits derived from these projects include employment opportunities for Basotho, an increase in tourism, and the acquisition of new skills and technology by local communities. The signing of the agreement to implement Phase 2 of the project took place in Maseru on the 11th of August 2011, followed by the launch of this phase on the 27th of March 2014. Phase 2 comprises of the construction of the Potihadi Dam and a 38-kilometer transfer tunnel linking this dam with the Katse Reservoir. The feasibility study for the hydropower component of Phase 2 is currently underway. A pump storage scheme was also identified as an option subject to the outcome of the feasibility study. Throughout the years, the Lesotho Highlands Water Project has won no less than 9 prestigious awards from leading associations in the areas of project management, engineering, hydropower generation and management, construction, as well as environmental planning and management. This year, the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority commemorates the 30th anniversary of the signing of the treaty on the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the origin of a successful bilateral cooperation and partnership agreement between the two countries involved. The significant achievements of Phase 1 in the project are likewise celebrated. As the development surges forward, the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority remains cognizant of the emerging requirements from the riparian United States in the river basin under the auspices of the Orange Senku River Commission, the institution responsible for managing the transboundary resources of the Orange Senku River shared by Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa. The implementation of the second phase of the project will commence as a new chapter in the success story of this striking example of modern and innovative transboundary water resources management in Africa. But even more important, there is no doubt that the new phase will allow the Lesotho Highlands Water Project to continue promoting sustainable economic growth, reducing poverty, and improving the livelihoods of the people of both Lesotho and South Africa.
In the clouded mountains of Africa, an incredible treasure was discovered. Its name is the Lesotho Legend, the fifth largest gem-quality diamond yet recovered in history. This unbelievable jewel was found in the Kingdom of Lesotho. This country holds some of the most breathtaking scenery in the world, from the waterfalls and canyons of the south to the nebulous mountains of the north. Its beauty is unique, but within its rich soil, buried deep down over billions of years, we find its most special treasures of all, which are the pride and joy of the Basotho people. It is high above the kingdom, far from all civilization, that we find the Letseng diamond mine. Here, among the clouds, the rain, and the ferocious natural elements, a marvelous story of discovery began. Mine is the highest diamond mine in the world, culminating at 3,200 meters above sea level. Its kimberlite deposits are so big that this mine will produce diamonds from an open pit mine until 2034. Its unique geology allows for the creation of exceptionally big stones, some of the largest diamonds in the world. Co-owned by Gem Diamonds and the Kingdom of Lesotho, the mine produces diamonds of astounding quality. It is in this high-security room that one day the fabulous and unexpected 910-carat gem diamond was discovered, reaching the hands of the masterful sorters. The emotion was beyond words. After meticulous analysis, this stone was identified as a D-color Type 2A diamond, making it of the utmost color and clarity. It has been named the Lesotho Legend. This diamond will fund the 910 Community Project. It is a milestone for the economy and for the people of the kingdom. Lesotho has unearthed more than a diamond. It has unearthed the pride, potential, and power of this land.
We are now looking at the fourth order.
Bonjour.
Mr. President, we are supposed to commence with the fourth order of the day. May I proceed to read the fourth order?
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. Je tiens à remercier avant tout le président Mudenda,
the President, Mr. Mudenda, for having assured in a very brilliant way the leading our forum in my absence. Sincerely thank you to President Mudenda. I equally salute all the members and distinguished colleagues of our forum as we resume our work after well-deserved break.
Je prie donc Madame la Secrétaire Générale,
Madame the Secretary General,
de donner lecture du quatrième.
I'm going to read the fourth motion appearing on our agenda.
Ils font la traduction là-bas? Oui, ils sont en train de faire la traduction. On n'entend pas parce que... Merci. Merci.
Thank you.
The fourth order of the day.
La quatrième motion pour adoption.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. You can go, we can continue.
Avis de la motion pour l'adoption du rapport de
for the report on the regional caucus that will be presented by Madame Marie-Anne Mbila Mbangu, who is the chair of this caucus of regional parliamentarians. I would like to request the Honorable Anne-Marie Mbila Mbangu to make the presentation of the report. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the floor. Motion for the adoption of the report for the Regional Caucus of Women Parliamentarians. You have followed the motion and its introduction. I'm giving the floor to the members who are seconding the motion. Honorable Charlie Josepha Raymond to take the floor to second the motion.
Thank you, President.
Merci.
With your permission, may I second the motion? Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I allow debate around this motion. Members that would like to intervene and to debate must indicate so, do so by lifting their hand. I would like to remind the distinguished members that in order for a better
devez toujours indiquer votre nom.
Writing all the minutes, you have to indicate your name, your country, every time that you'll have to take the floor.
Honorable President, the mover of the motion.
Je demande à l'honneur. Oui. Non, elle a déjà fait.
Non, il faut maintenant qu'il présente.
Présentez-nous les rapports maintenant, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Président. Messieurs, conformément au mandat que lui confère
in accordance with the mandate of the Article 42, the Regional Caucus of Women Parliamentarians held its meeting in view of the virtual 50th plenary on October 21st, 2021, under the theme Empowerment of Women Empowerment in Sustainable Labor and Accessing the Industry in SADC. A particular attention was given to social protection. The theme gave the members of the caucus the opportunity to think together and reflect on the challenges to which women in the region are faced with in the workplace, be it in the formal or informal sector, following the consequence of the pandemic and in the perspective of the implementation of the Regional Indicative Strategic Plan 2020-2030. Mr. President, the forum has remarkably succeeded to ensure the protection and the women's rights and the girls' rights, and also entrench the empowerment of women by using terms of references that respond to regional needs. Allow me to put the model light on the elimination of girls' marriages and of protection of young girls already married, and gender-based violence. In truth, one of the priorities of the SADC Parliamentary Forum has always been the empowerment of women and the provision of services and the promotion of opportunities and the strength and capacity building, aiming at reaching the equality in terms of equity, gender equity, and to realize this as a human right. It's in this perspective that the Regional Parliamentary Women's Caucus had requested from the UNDP to inform parliamentarians at regional and national level of the available instruments to help parliaments to guarantee protection and workers' rights. We have recognized the fact that even if countries have got legal frameworks to guarantee the law, the duty and the protection of workers in general at national level, there is a gap of protection between women and men, and this gap should be filled up. National laws are weakened by the fact that they don't protect certain workers groups, that it does not cover certain forms of discrimination, and that they do not reflect the principles defined at international level, and it allows exceptions contrary to international standards in terms of labor laws. with the aim of being sensitive to gender, policies must cover matters raised within the conventions on the gender equity, the Convention on the Remuneration Equity, Convention concerning discrimination, the recommendations on workers having family responsibilities, and the Convention on the Protection of Maternity. In order to reach progressively the equity, the right to labor must be concentrated or focused to matters linked to work and the family. For example, the protection of maternity contributes to the elimination of discrimination towards women and promotes their equity. But from the very beginning, we should recognize that the education of children is a shared responsibility between men and women. Mr. President, we understand that the social protection is just a part of a solution to the problem of the discrimination of women in the workplace, and that it offers opinions that could be divergent and have various meaning. For instance, the retirement packages based on gender equity plays an essential role in the adequate coverage of women in terms of pension and retirement. If women should be rewarded during the period they look after children and other members of the family, if a minimum retirement is guaranteed, there should be an implementation of a paternity leave. Concerning maternity allocations, it is important that the policymakers, in collaboration with the partners, should consider how the introduction of policies that paternity leave and the custody of children should be implemented, while taking into account that they should help the women and children in the first place. Mr. President, there are many gaps between women and men in the world, in the workplace, that should be taken care of. For instance, there are lacunas in terms of coverage, which touches women in this promotional manner in terms of the long-term health needs, talking about the not paid labor duties when they look after other people, their children, and their limited access to the possibilities of training possibilities and capacity building. Following the advent of the pandemic, we fear that some of the progresses realized in the equity agenda within the past decade this has bring to light the problems in terms of coverage and how they could be solved. The social protection should include at least security guarantees, basic security guarantees, the access to a number of services and goods constituting healthcare, essential healthcare, including maternity care, and the security of persons capable to earn a sufficient revenue and security for the elderly people. The basic social protection are included in Convention 102 of the International Labour Office. This applies itself to the caucus of parliamentary women, knowing that at the exception of the DRC, none of the countries in the SADC region has ratified the ILO 102 convention. Even if we could be, it could be used as a guideline for the legislation, labor laws in their countries. We are urging member states to start a study aimed at looking at the efficiency of their labor law to see how it could be improved if necessary, and to work hand in hand with the ILO to get expert advice in that regard. Mr. President, the Regional Parliamentary Women's Caucus have identified the urgent needs to extend the social protection to most vulnerable people and the informal sector, while recognizing that the informal sector is the extension of the social protection to the formal sector will ensure that the state is involved by putting the emphasis on data collection and information, creating a favorable environment, and which are not covered by legislating laws, adequate laws, adapt the funding of the regime for social protection in the formal sector, and adapt the contributions to the informal economy, and also harness the alternatives for co-funding the contributions of workers, and also look at the gender equity through funding facilitated and access to the social protection regime, and ensure compliance and ensure monitoring, and also restore trust, Mr. President. The Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus has learned through its interaction with various experts that the labor policy necessitates a continued and open dialogue. The policies and strategies must be designed while taking into account the persons that it wants to cover, in order to have a larger adhesion to the social protection program. Following these conclusions, the Regional Caucus of Women Parliamentarians recommends to member states to take immediate measures in order to ratify the 102 Convention on Social Security, which is the minimum standard. In the same vein, member states, SADC member states, must also look at their legislative landscape in order to ensure that they can support social protection strategy for vulnerable persons and groups. The caucus, or Regional Caucus, urges member states, SADC member states, to invest in the data collection and specific information related to gender concerning work in order to help to orient the policies and also maintain the empowerment of women in the policies of economic recovery. The caucus urges member states to commit themselves and to maintain an open and continued dialogue with the members of the formal sector in order to understand the matter. In conclusion, allow me to thank all the members of the Regional Caucus of Women Parliamentarians and the Secretariat for the teamwork and their commitment. I would like to salute all the resource persons who shared with us their rich knowledge and facilitated our work. Mr. President, I would like to request you to go ahead. Thank you. We would like to thank the presenter, Honorable Anne-Marie. We thank you for this brilliant presentation of the report. After this presentation, the time has come to allow for members that support or second the motion. This is Honorable Charlie Josepha Raymond to take the floor to second the motion.
I rise to support the motion on the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, so ably moved by the chairperson, Honorable Bilambangu. Mr. President, I wish to add my voice to the concern raised by the mover regarding the urgency for women's needs and voices to be included in post-COVID-19 recovery strategies, and the importance of providing protection and guaranteeing the rights for women workers. Honorable President, I further echo the mover's sentiment that failing to do so would mean a conscious and continuous violation of the rights of women and self-inflicted economic sabotage, which would be a breeding ground for underdevelopment of societies in general and a total reversal of all the gains that have been achieved in past decades for women, girls, and gender equality in general. As SADC parliamentarians, we need to be seen by the citizens of the region to be at the forefront promoting gender equality and the inclusion and equal participation of all citizens independent of gender and age. Studies by experts and our partners have shown that we are now looking at an unmissable opportunity to make things better for all. We can be more creative and daring in our approaches to consolidate democracy, which inevitably includes the protection and empowerment of women and girls in the region. Let us be ambitious and audacious. We have everything to lose if we are not. I therefore welcome the proposal put forward by the mover of the motion for SADC-PF to devise innovative strategies on how we can continue to promote gender equality and protection for women at all levels and to mitigate the challenges being experienced by national parliaments, which have resulted in a feasible design and implementation of policies focusing on women issues. Our desire is that we discuss ways to tackle these issues pragmatically without taboos or the direct influence of outdated social norms and traditions. President, as I end, let me reiterate the call in the report for SADC countries to seriously consider ratifying ILO Convention 102 as a starting point for the development of legal instruments that may provide the minimum standards of social security and to be used as a basis for each parliament to adapt it to its country's realities. Mr. President, I second the motion. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Honorable Shali, for seconding the motion. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate by clicking the raise hand. I also remind honorable members that in order for us to have accurate the baptism recording, you should always say out your name and country wherever you have the floor. I thank you.
Elle continue à parler. Le débat est ouvert.
The debate is now open.
Zimbabwe, Honorable President.
Le Zimbabwe.
Ouais. Qui encore?
Thank you, Honorable President.
And there's also Mozambique.
Mozambique.
Thank you, Honorable President. My name is Paulina Mpariwa.
On commence par le Zimbabwe d'abord.
We will start by Zimbabwe first.
Merci, madame. Allons-y.
You have the floor, madam.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Si vous l'entendez. Oui, je vous entends.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable President. Yes, a very good afternoon to you. Honorable President, I would like to support the motion.
Merci, madame.
The need that our respective parliaments need to put in place labor laws that are in support for women and promote women. Allow me to share the Zimbabwean experience, Honorable President. We enacted a constitution which contained justifiable declaration of rights, which provided for rights that impacted directly on individual labor rights, such as the rights to freedom from forced labor, protection from discrimination, freedom of assembly and association, equality and protection from women in human degradation and treatment. Zimbabwe joined the International Labour Organization, Honorable President, in 1980 at our independence, whose membership meant that we undertook the obligation to protect all labor rights, including individual labor rights. Based on these obligations, Zimbabwe enacted several statutes that impacted individual labor rights. Notable among these are Minimum Wage Act of 1980, which prohibited discrimination in wages on race, sex, and age. This was followed by the Employment Act 18 of 1980, which granted female employees full legal capacity to enter into employment relationship and the right to paid maternity leave, among other provisions. The enactment of a new constitution in 2013 culminated in guaranteed several protection for individual labor rights. The constitution, the broad right to fair and safe labor rights practices and other individual rights, such as the right to paid fair and reasonable wage, the right to just, equitable, satisfactory conditions of work, the right to equal remuneration for similar work, and the right of female employees to fully paid maternity leave for 3 months were also included in the new constitution. The Zimbabwean Parliament, Honorable President, is currently considering the Labour Amendment Bill, which seeks to promote ease of doing business principles through streamlining, promoting timely inclusion of processes, particularly the labor dispute settlement and retrenchment processes. The current bill incorporates emerging issues in the working environment, such as labor broking, violence, and harassment, including sexual harassment at the workplace, and emerging forms of employment relationships with a view to entrench fair labor standards. We also have signed a decent work program, decent work agenda, which was launched by His Excellency, our Honorable President. Honorable President, as I conclude,
I therefore would like to urge fellow parliamentarians to put in place labor laws that empower women and emphasize on the need for social protection. I thank you for your kind attention.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you very much, honorable.
La Mozambique.
We go to Mozambique.
My name is Mateus Zalimba from Mozambique. Chairperson, I would like to congratulate the chair of the Women's Caucus Group for presenting the report and the team to empower women in the place of work centered on industry and the social protection. The report deals with social and economic issues related with women at the place of work and on the negative impacts caused by COVID-19. In our country, women and girls have been granted a favorable space with regard to the labor and with regard to their social life. And it is true that women and girls have been the most affected by COVID-19 and also with the gender-based violence. Therefore, having participated in the debate about the theme that is contained in this report, I give my total support. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you, Honorable from Mozambique, for your work. Do we have other people who want to support the motion? I think I don't see any hand. So if you allow me, I will say something. Yes, the report has been well presented, and the report has also mentioned what SADC member state must do to promote and protect the right of women and girls. We must therefore give an example to the rest of Africa in voting laws in our parliaments that are going to ensure that the protection of all rights first, and then the protection of the right of women and girls as well as youth in general. And this report, which has been well elaborated, is not going to stay a date later. We would like to put it into practice. I would like to thank you. So now I give the floor to Honorable Anne-Marie Bilambangu to respond or to give a comment on the previous interventions. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the floor. I would like to take opportunity of this occasion to invite all member states to ratify the Convention 102, which is going to allow that the member states can include social security in our region. I would like to give an example of DRC. When we adopted this convention 102, we've realized that some of the parents started to started also to enjoy some leaves when their wives have got children. So we would like to encourage member states to ratify this Convention 102. The Women Caucus also would like to encourage member states to have database on gender. These database are going to allow the member states to create strategies and politics which are going to take into account or to maintain women automation within the strategies of gender-based violence. We also like to encourage member states to develop some strategies or the new strategies to protect all the people that are vulnerable or vulnerable groups. And the caucus of women exhorts member states to maintain a permanent dialogue with informal sectors in order to respond well to their needs, because these are some of the sectors that are not being considered. If we take example of domestic women, domestic workers, those domestic workers are not being taken into account when it comes to social advantages. So the state are urged to include some advantages to some of these women that are in informal sector. We would like that many women can develop in formal sector, but we also need to take into account those in an informal sector. Otherwise, we will always have problems to take into account the work of the women. This is just in conclusion. I would like also to once more to say that the model law that we've just voted should really be implemented, and that member states should refer to it to take from it certain lessons which are going to allow them to insert certain advantages in their national laws. I would like to thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Honorable Anne, and I would like to congratulate you and your team and all the members that have intervened from our forum. And I would like also to present our sincere thanks for this well-elaborated report. I would like also to thank all colleagues and all the people that have worked together with you. Thank you. I put a question that if we can adopt this report. Are there any objections? Yes, I don't see the end, so there's no objection. So we declare that this report has been duly adopted, and I thank you.
Ouais, il faut applaudir. C'est vrai.
Yeah, so we can applaud. Is it?
Merci.
Thank you very much.
Nous passons maintenant au 5.
We now go to the fifth motion, the fifth point. I would like to ask the Secretary General to read the motion for the fifth point, which is on our program.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. A motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which has been presented by Honorable Tumba, who is also the President. Honorable Tumba, I would like to request that you present the motion. The motion for the adoption of the report of Regional Parliamentary. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to present the motion in my name. Merci, honorable. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Honorable. Do we have somebody to second the motion? Do we have somebody to second the motion?
Mr. President.
Do we have somebody who second the motion?
Yes, Mr. President, you have somebody to second the report. Mr. President, I rise to support the motion to adopt the report on the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee to be presented by Honorable Andy Leon Tumba MP. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you very much. So I now call on Honorable Leon Tumba to present the report.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, in accordance with this mandate under Article 16, 4 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Constitution, the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee considered the topic of monitoring SADC model laws through an emphasis on empirical approach using parliamentary scorecards. That was on Friday, 8 October 2021. The meeting was held to consolidate how the scorecard can be used in the future to monitor other model laws developed by the forum and to review and approve the presentation of the scorecard to present it on the 50th plenary and on the SADC model law on the eradication of child marriage and the protection of children already married. Sir, as you know, the forum established the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. That was in 2019 as a high-level body with a clear mandate to monitor the national integration of forum developed. The forum developed model laws and related policies as part of the forum's vision to promote democratization and socio-economic development, as well as to assist member states in monitoring and following up on targeted policies related to human rights compliance, as well as democratization. Mr. Chairman, over the past decade, SADC's model laws have played a significant role in setting up benchmarks and defining the contours of national laws and policies across the region of SADC. While the SADC model laws relate to specific issues such as HIV, child marriage, and elections, their influence has extended far beyond their thematic scope and has helped to combat discrimination, promote equal treatment and human rights, and even deepen the democratic momentum that represent the very essence of social and economic progress. Mr. President, as this House knows, monitoring involves both quantitative and qualitative analysis. In this respect, it's only logical to provide a possibility to put into practice and adjust appropriately, and to ensure that data collection correspond to precise and rapid procedure that can be effectively monitored efficiently by RPM-LOC. Therefore, there is a need to develop parliamentary scorecards that can be used as a facilitating tool for member states to collect data through line ministries of member states and feed the data that have been obtained back to the forum for monitoring the integration process at the national level and the implementation of model laws developed by the SADC member states. This assembly may wish to note that the scoreboard represents one of the simplest methods of monitoring any given law. This is because the scoreship attempts to simplify the reporting and the presentation process to member parliament and line ministries. The underlying idea is that those with the knowledge, with the required knowledge, will be able to respond in a minimum of time. The purpose of the scoreboard is to remove bottlenecks which hinder the integration of model laws at the national level, rather than to rank countries and compare their performance. This also aims to highlight the process in the integration process at the national level and to set the norms and standards for all countries to move together. Countries can hence learn from each other in a spirit of shared experience and values. The bottlenecks identified in the scoreboard will then be categorized in themes to enable the forum to propose recommendations to address this bottleneck through targeted measures at regional and national level. Mr. President, this House would like to note that a dedicated parliamentary scorecard on the SADC model law, on the eradication of child marriage and the protection of children already married, has already been developed and approved by the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. The scoreboard was intended to bridge the communication gap that may exist at the information gathering stage. It also seeks to make the model law more explicit and more in context, and to take into account that the scoreboard has already been approved by the RPL-OC. All that remains for this August Assembly to do is to confirm the approval of the scoreboard before it can be rolled out for use for SADC member state, members parliament, official bodies, civil social organizations. In light of what I've just said, I would like to emphasize, Mr. President, that care should be taken to expertise the formulation of the scoreboard to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of these model laws in the region. Mr. President, it is essential that the member states have an evaluation tool to which they can always refer on progress and any difficulties encountered around issues such as child marriage, gender-based violence, and or elections. This tool will facilitate monitoring by the RPM LOC. The RPM LOC recommend that this 50th Plenary Assembly approve the scoreboard on SADC model law on eradication of child marriage and the protection of children already married, because this is a necessity tool for monitoring the integration of SADC model laws at the national levels and for developing a factual database that can be used for further analysis and comparison. The scoreboard is a necessary tool for an analysis and comparison by member states in relation to the implementation of the model law on the eradication of child marriage and the protection of children already married. It will also serve to the forum as a springboard to the forum to gradually develop scorecard for other upcoming model laws, including those on HIV and elections. Mr. President, let me conclude by expressing my sincere gratitude for your continued guidance in your capacity as chairman. I also like to express my deepest appreciation to the Secretary General and our team for the clarification provided to the members on the scoreboard, on the SADC model law, on the eradication of child marriage and the protection of children already married. Mr. President, I beg for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Merci, merci.
Thank you very much for this nice presentation. Honorable Leon Tumba. I now authorize the debates around the motion. Members who wish to debate. I think I've jumped something. I will now authorize Honorable Rachel Zolo to intervene to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I agree with the mover on the need to expedite the formulation of the scorecard for rollout for the SADC member states. Member of Parliament, statutory bodies and civil society organizations to utilize in order to enhance the monitoring and evaluation of the model laws in the region. Mr. President, the use of the scorecard will, on the other hand, bring to light some challenges that are being experienced by the member states in the domestication of the model laws. And on the other, showcase the progress made in the domestication process in the same cases. In that regard, member states will be able to learn from each other and progress together. The challenges that will be identified in the scorecard will be classified into themes to enable the relevant organs of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, such as the Human and Social Development and Special Programs, the Standing Committee on Democracy, Human Rights and Governance, and Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus have an opportunity to deliberate on and resolve on the appropriate means of redress that can smoothen the progress of domestication. Mr. President, I wish to echo the movers' sentiments that the development of the scorecard is an inevitable tool in the gathering of data through line ministries of the member states for transmission back to the forum for monitoring the implementation of the model laws. Sir, I am pleased to note that the parliamentary scorecard on the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage had already been developed and approved by the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. The scorecard speaks to different parts of the model law and consists of straightforward questions that can be answered in the affirmative or the negative. I am also pleased to note that the scorecard has already been confirmed by the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. I, therefore, reiterate that the movers' recommendation that this August House approve the scorecard because it is a necessary tool for analysis and comparison by member states on the implementation of the SADC model law on child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. In conclusion, Mr. President, let me place on record my appreciation on the support rendered to the committee by the Secretary General and the team throughout its deliberation. Mr. President, I second the motion. Thank you.
Nous vous remercions, Honorable Rachel Zulu.
Honorable Rachel Zulu would like to thank you for the support that you've given to the motion by seconding it. Authorizing or allowing
les débats autour de la motion.
Debate around the motion. Members that would like to take the floor and debate should indicate by raising their hand, which is on the Zoom platform at the bottom of the screen. Countries or members that would like to take the floor.
Honorable member, je vous rappelle le besoin.
Honorable member, I'm requesting you and reminding you on the need for the need of a clear, precise minutes. You should indicate your name and your country every time that you take the floor. The debate is open. You may raise your hand for those who would like to take the floor. There is one hand that is lifted, that's Lesotho. Which other country is requesting for the floor? This is the only one country that has requested for the floor, Lesotho. Esteemed colleague of Lesotho, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. My name is Mposin Khazdi, a member of parliament from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Mr. President, I am fully in support of this report, particularly as it requires that we not only have our countries making commitment, but it also is equally important to follow through with acting on such. Monitoring of commitments with parliamentary scorecards indeed act as facilitative tools for member parliaments to gather data through the line ministries of the member states and transmit such data back to the forum for monitoring. And this is very important. Model laws and standards by the SADC need not be just an engaging exercise, which costs member states on time and financially, but should be seen to work where they are intended to. They should also be the reason why we as member states in SADC connected through this forum are a collective to implement on such in our individual countries, subject to domestication or adherence to our sovereignty. Mr. President, I congratulate the mover and fully support. Thank you.
Merci, collègue.
Thank you, esteemed colleague,
Pour le soutien que vous apportez.
for the seconding of the motion.
Collègue Zimbabwe.
The floor is given to the esteemed colleague from Zimbabwe. Esteemed colleague of Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President, for affording me this opportunity. Let me begin by thanking the colleagues who have presented this report, which informs us in terms of actually pulling each other up when the times are hard. Why do I say so, Honorable President? Speed is needed when you want to implement, so that you move together, you follow each other, and rescue each other. I am glad that at this particular juncture, the committee has actually made several recommendations on how we can be moving in the same direction at the same pace. The second issue that I wanted to touch on is the assistance to each other in terms when one is monitored and evaluated. You will find that so-and-so is lagging behind. So you tend to assist those who are lagging behind. That is unity, that is African, and I would want to believe that the sooner the better for the SADC in terms of this, the recommendations that have been put forward before the August House. And I want to second this motion and all the recommendations that the committee has put forward, the 50th Plenary Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Nous vous remercions, chers collègues.
Thank you, dear colleague,
De cette intervention.
for your intervention. If there's no any other request for the floor,
Zimbabwe vient de terminer, non? Alors.
Honorable President, there's no other hand.
Monsieur le
Il n'y a plus d'autres mains. Merci. Nous tenons, nous.
Thank you. We would like, on behalf of the Bureau, to commend the colleagues who have done this job for the presentation of a good report that has been presented to us. It's a fact that when we adopt laws, we must evaluate them to know their impact on the lives of our population and then their relationship with our states. It's normal that this report deserves our support without any distinction. Thank you, dear colleague. I'm calling upon Honorable Tumba to respond, or if he has any comments to make on the various interventions. Thank you, Chair. I've noticed with joy that this report has been accepted by the majority of the Assembly. This is a report, which, especially when it talks about child marriage, and I think that, colleagues, we have to have concrete actions. This is the reason why I think on my part that we should have a look at this problem at regional level. We should work together. Each country works at national level, but this is a very, very crucial matter that we should look at it together and work in such a way that this type of practices be abolished. It's the reason why there's no comment that has been contrary to what we've said. Each and everyone who's put to the floor has supported and seconded the motion. I send a thank you. Thank you, dear colleague. I'm putting the question to know if the report of the Regional Parliamentary Committee of Model Law Surveillance Oversight can be adopted. Is there any objection for the adoption of the said report? There's no objection. Thank you, dear colleagues. The report is thus duly adopted. Thank you. Distinguished members, we have come to the end of the consideration of the items on our agenda of the virtual session of the 50th plenary session, assembly, sorry. Allow me, as a result, to make my speech. Closing remarks. Allow me to make my closing remarks. Distinguished members and esteemed guests, today we've come to the end of the 50th plenary assembly virtual session with a lot of satisfaction, total satisfaction, that I'm once again taking the floor to speak to this August assembly. On behalf of SADC Parliamentary Forum, I would like to thank our guest of honor, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Dr. Moketsi Majoro, for joining us in celebrating this crucial milestone in our journey. Distinguished members, we've been happy to hear that the Prime Minister recognizes the importance of SADC-PF model laws for the region and the influence that these laws, model laws, have on our national legislations. The Prime Minister spoke to us about how Lesotho used the model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting children in marriages as a reference material with members of parliament and other stakeholders
Cette anecdote de
This anecdote of
d'une loi type de la
adoption of the SADC law model in a national law shows the importance of these model laws and encourages the August Assembly to adopt the SADC model law on gender-based violence. Honorable and esteemed members and distinguished guests, in his congratulatory message, the Prime Minister commended the lobby team for convincing him. Is as him was the last old house in agreeing the transformation proposal. This illustrates the paramount importance of consistent lobbies with regards to transformation of the forum. Now that the transformation has already been approved, I seize this opportunity to make a clarion call for further lobbies to the Assembly and that members of this Parliament, in order to we should adopt the protocol creating the SADC Parliament and the amendment to the SADC Treaty. These procedural steps constitute the last obstacle to overcome before we could come to an implementation, efficient implementation of the resolution of the 41st SADC Summit of Aids of State and Government. Distinguished members, having said that, I would like to thank the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho and specifically congratulate my dear brother Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho, the Right Honorable Sepiri Enoch Montanyane, for the splendid work his team did in ensuring that we assemble in a seamless way. I must make special mention for the interludes that were used during the breaks. They really made us wish we had traveled to Lesotho to experience firsthand those breathtaking views from the beautiful mountains of the kingdom in the sky. Honorable members and distinguished guests, since the creation of the forum, we have met physically in almost all the member countries of the region to celebrate our friendship, our solidarity, and the diversity of SADC. The main aim of the 50th Plenary Assembly was to celebrate our union as member parliaments and pay special tribute to our long-lasting dedication and commitment to the ideals of an integrated, unified, and democratic SADC region. We met to, among others, promote solidarity and interparliamentary cohesion among SADC parliaments, and to take stock of the progress the forum has made thus far through its diverse thematic initiatives. Honorable members and distinguished guests, the symposium which we convened on the sidelines of the 50th Plenary Assembly acted as a confirmation, if that was needed, that the SADC Parliamentary Forum continue to value and respect democratic governance, and that has through all these years sustained the vision of the founding fathers of the forum. Matters of democratic elections, gender equality, and regional integration still remain paramount to the parliamentarians of Southern Africa. Quite evident too was the fact that the SADC Parliamentary Forum remains relevant in spearheading capacity building for members and staff of Parliament in order to promote parliamentary excellence.
Le symposium a marqué un lien
The symposium was a nostalgic link between the past and the present. This was an opportunity, a unique opportunity for the forum to use its forces and think about its weaknesses in order to promote its fundamental, its core values and guiding principles within the area of interparliamentary cooperation. Distinguished members, allow me to also congratulate our partners for their support in the development of a model law on gender-based violence. I would like to thank them for their congratulatory messages and solidarity messages on the occasion of the adoption of this important normative instrument by the plenary session. The 50th plenary assembly session also deliberated on various standing committee reports which demonstrated the vivid parliamentary participation of members of parliament of the forum. I'm pleased to note that all the standing committees of the forum submitted reports focusing on important areas, infrastructure development among others, the role of parliament in conflict prevention and management, harnessing domestic tourism in times of pandemics, water resource management, prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls during pandemics, a comprehensive sexual education and social protection of women in industry. For its part, the Regional Model Laws Oversight Committee focused on monitoring of SADC model laws through an empirical approach. I should say that the debate on all these reports were very robust, just as expected in a dynamic parliamentary institution. Distinguished members, honorable members, the number of resolutions were adopted in the past 3 days. There is a call to member states, SADC member states, to reach gender parity in political decision-making positions. It's of great concern to us as the SADC PF to see the diminishing numbers of women in national parliaments. We therefore call upon SADC member states to devise measures to promote the inclusion of more women in decision-making positions in order to reach the 50-50 gender parity.
Nous appelons les États membres
we would like to remind member states to adopt a legislation compelling political parties to have gender quotas for parliamentary seats. Furthermore, we urge national parliaments to allocate a specific amount in the national budgets for the development and empowerment of women. The promotion of gender parity, gender mainstreaming, as well as gender-based budgeting are the foundations of a truly equitable society. Recognizing the role of the programs of capacity building programs, I'm calling upon member states to think about the creation of a regional training center. I seize this opportunity to to congratulate and commend the President of the South African National Assembly, who have already started the process of the creation of such an entity for their legislators. Honorable members and distinguished guests, the 50th Plenary has raised concern about the decreasing number of electoral observer missions in the region, which is in contrast to our endeavors to ensure progress in the advancement of our democratic principles. In order to change the situation, we are urging all the members, also the member states, to mobilize resources to ensure that all elections that are held in the region are supported by electoral observer missions in order to enhance democracy and good governance in the region. Distinguished members, the 50th Plenary Assembly received a statement of thanks from the Speaker of the National Assembly of Mozambique regarding the support rendered by the SADC member states towards the efforts of the government of Mozambique in combating terrorist attacks in the context of the ongoing insurgency in Cabo Delgado province. On behalf of the Plenary Assembly, allow me to reaffirm that all countries in SADC stand in unwavering solidarity with Mozambique in this matter. The Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Nelly Muti, delivered a moving eulogy to the memory of the founding father of Zambia, Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, a distinguished statesman who passed away in June 2021. The Plenary Assembly reminded the role played by Dr. Kaunda and the Zambian people in general in the liberation of Southern Africa from the yoke of colonialism. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, we've been meeting over the past 3 days to take stock and celebrate the pride, the 50th Plenary Assembly, which marks our golden plenary, achieved due to the dedication and the consistency of conducting 2 plenary assemblies per year over the 25 years of existence of the forum.
À cet égard,
In this regard,
à tous les parlements membres,
by paying tribute to all the member parliaments, I would like to thank you for your dedication to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. In conclusion, the 50th Plenary Assembly commends the SADC heads of state for approving the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a regional parliament following the 41st SADC Summit held in Lilongwe, Malawi in August 2021.
en août 2021.
In conclusion,
Tous les secrétaires,
to all the secretaries and clerks of National Assembly, the staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and all the support staff from the parliaments across the region, we are deeply indebted to you for the work you do and for ensuring that this 50th Plenary Assembly was a success.
l'Assemblée plénière soit une réussite. Chers collègues, honorables présidents,
Dear colleagues,
honorables,
honorable speakers,
merci pour votre présence
honorable members,
et votre
thank you very much for your presence and participation during these celebrations.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank you in all the working languages of SADC. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Asante sana. Kialebora. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Honorable members, we've come to the end of our plenary of this 50th plenary assembly of SADC. Therefore, I would like to say that this plenary has been adjourned until the 51st plenary assembly, which is going to be organized by the Parliament of Malawi, to a date which is going to be communicated. If the Secretary General has announcement to make, please, you have the floor, Madam.
No announcements, Honorable President.
Merci, nous avons.
Thank you very much. So this plenary is adjourned. May God bless you. And that He blesses all the countries, member states of SADC, and our respective populations. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Let's give it to
ICT, could we have an interlude of music to celebrate the close of the plenary? ICT.
We're busy searching for them.
ICT, you may terminate.
gore ke ntsha dikgomo ke tse ke bona gamele kwa yata kgomo ke sena dikentse moleko sa ke labo go nyala titšhega a sotlola mathata e ka go fosa tense a ba ya go tlala lanka botlhoko ba go tlaba ntho botlhoko a kalo ke bo tshwantsha gantle le botlhoko ba pelo mo tlhoka setshage le bollo la pelo le thata ga le rewe e ka kututsa ka sefubeng mo go iwa pelo a tlhonama a tela dijo a tlhoka